Hi.
Let me turn the music down before my brain floats away.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, I really hope everything's working.
Testing.
I heard
we
Kristen.
we do be frozen on stream, but audio's great.
Wonderful!
Kristen's face.
I love it. I
Ah,
love it.
She's just very displeased.
I could do some hilarious window capturing. Maybe.
Oh,
I am
we
froze.
move.
Oh?
We're good.
Are you moving or did you move?
We moving. Oh, we are
Oh,
not moving
no.
anymore.
Cool.
Do you need to
Oh, we're moving again.
Okay. Alright. On my end, you're moving steadily. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're good. So let's just
I'm doing these sort of flag signal.
not
motions.
touch it and let's just roll with the punches.
All right. So, hi. We're back. I am very excited to say that I am officially using my new setup for the first time.
Woo!
Thank you to everybody that contributed to. I don't know if it's supposed to be like Coffee or Ko-Fi. I've always said Ko-Fi, but thank you to everybody. I had some like really sweet people send me messages like, I'm sorry I can only give like $5, please. Hello, you probably you helped. Like, this is everybody that contributed helped, whether you retweeted it or you were able to give yourself, and no matter how much you did. So I'm very thankful. This took a load off of my shoulders. It's spinning in pretty colors, and I think it's gonna make our experience going forward a lot smoother. I'm just very excited. So thank you. Just last episode was a little special. It was basically a podcast. Because the old computer was like, all right, last stream, time to throw a really big temper tantrum. So hopefully this one we stay in motion. But picking up as kind of like a recap from last session was travel time. A lot of character interactions, a lot of changes in bonds. We started off with Renori and Raven going shopping.
Girls trip.
You guys met Mona, who through Ripley's...
Is sexy.
Very sexy. Through Ripley's Tablet of Wonders, she appeared to you to provide you with outfits and confidence and all sorts of fun things and some really good tea. And Raven ended up getting drunk. Renori got...
That's not true to life at all.
Somewhere. and just Raven. No one else. Renori also a little bit too. And that kind of confidence that came with that, plus buying some new lingerie, took us into some spicy activities. Renori and Casper got close. That's within the terms of service. And Raven spoke to Tessa, and it was very flustering. Then we moved into... It was a bit of just like celebration, a fun time, fun evening full of lots of just light and joy and drink. Everybody started dancing with one another, especially the crew. Tide and Chad were just kind of whirling across the deck at like high speeds. Renori and Casper had a really sweet slow dance. Raven, Tessa, and Faustus were doing some like top-notch choreographed passing each other around things, and then Faustus, in all of his unpredictable chaos, split aside.
You ever see Selena Gomez's performance on Saturday Night Live?
No.
Of Can't Keep My Hands to Myself? That's what it was. You could look up that YouTube video later. It'll give you a good idea.
I'm making a mental note to look at that later.
Forget.
I'm gonna remember. Okay, so that was kind of going on. Faustus burned some hefty spell slots to create a moving disco rave cube. that kind of followed the two of them around. Tide and Renori had a short dance together that was more of a meaningful conversation about Tide not necessarily trusting Casper, but trusting Renori, which was a pretty big step for them. It was really sweet. Tide and Chad had an interesting conversation as well, but more on the negative side, unfortunately, where Tide, I guess for lack of better words, put his foot in his mouth a little bit. And as a result, Chad has sort of pushed him away. And we're now lifting up at the end of this week. There is just sort of a week's worth of this, of dancing and drink and fun that wound down. I almost forgot, but I didn't. Raven and Tessa had a "there's only one bad" moment. Very sweet. And winding down to the end of this week, we open up with our party standing at the bow of the ship. Some distance away, but very clearly in sight, is the towering Reef, and I will now bring you there once again. So you're standing on the bow of the ship, and salty winds are sort of just gently cruising by your face, and little bits of mist are spurting up from the sides of the ship as you all stand in a line. You asked Boomstick, Tessa, and Casper to come with you. So they are standing with you next to, in the mix. Before you is the Reef. The waves are relatively calm, but you can see what almost looks like spikes of multiple different colors, shapes, and textures poking up just above the waves. Almost impossible to see, but as the water sort of recedes before it crashes back again, you catch a glimpse of these razor sharp, spikes. There we go. Looking ahead of you, you see as sand gently rises out of the sea to form a gentle dome, and on top of this dome, kind of almost as if it's growing out of the sand, you see a tower made of coral, just in interlocking, all different colors, different textures, growing together, kind of craggly and shifting and up and just going up. And as you actually, your eyes follow it upwards to the cloud line, it passes through the cloud line and keeps going. And you see little structures that mimic that, although not as tall, poking out as you get closer to the island as well. And then you see there's the water here is relatively clear, more of a light blue, but it's really easy to see down into. And as you look over the edge of the railing, you see fish and crabs and eels and all sorts of wildlife just swimming in and out of here. Welcome to the Reef. As from last session, when Casper had kind of told you the gist of how we were going to get over there, he had mentioned that this was as far as the Seahawk could go without really sustaining major damage, and even then, this was kind of risky to get this close. So you will he kind of already got into the boat and started going, but we're going to do that again. So he gestures for you all to follow and leads you to the side of the ship where Chad and a couple of the other crew members have dug their heels down into the deck, and they've got this thick rope. Chad on one rope and another crew member on another. And they're holding it, and you can see it's wound around the railing and kind of going off to the side. And right there at the deck level, not the railing level, so you'll have to step over, is a small boat, like a little dinghy. And that's what you're going to be getting into. So you all, I guess, you're going to get down, and this is last call to do anything on the boat kind of time right now.
I'm good to go. Renori is ready to get out skis.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna assume we're all going. So you, as a group, you all make your way to the railing, kind of filing into somewhat of a line, and you all hike a leg over, and then the other one over as you settle down into this boat. And once the entire group is in, then Chad and his fellow crewmates start slowly feeding the rope down back towards the railing, and you are shakily lowered down to the surface of the water, and you hit it, and there's just a little bit of a gentle rhythm that almost it differs from the one that you had when you were on the ship, and it takes a little bit of getting used to. But as you start to settle in, Casper grabs hold of the oars and starts in steady motions rowing you towards the tower. It's not going to be a super long journey, but you do have a couple minutes. You're all kind of crammed shoulder to shoulder in this little boat. Why do I look at chat? Why do I do this to myself? Every time.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Every time. Okay. So, yeah.
Renori will just be sitting there vibing, not like a huge fan of being like this close to the water, because you're obviously like in a shorter, you can fall in much easier in this little dinghy. So she's just gonna be focusing really hard on making sure that doesn't happen, because she has this fear that if it were to happen to anybody, it would be her. So she's just gonna be quiet while and admiring arms of
as
rowing.
you should. As you should.
So the arms.
Tide is going to use shape water to make sure that the flow of the water is going to help move them forward.
Okay. So you, with a few muttered words, the boat kind of, it doesn't really like kick into turbo mode, you know, but there is a noticeable shift in the motion of the boat as the currents shift to help it move forward.
And we all flip over.
The boat goes rocketing towards the moon. Congratulations, this is a space pirate campaign.
Take her to the moon for me.
Are we
Those are
talking
very
a
sad
Treasure
reference.
Planet sim? Is that what we're talking about?
Oh my god. Yes, I would want to turn this into that.
Treasure Planet.
Raven is like sitting on the very edge, I
Mhm.
guess, and she's just like has a hand like over the side, just her fingers trailing along the water. She also has a keen eye on Faustus, because she's just like, if one of these
What?
motherfuckers is gonna flip the boat as a joke, it's gonna be him. So she's
What?
just like prepared.
But then I'd get all wet. How would I flip the boat and get myself all wet?
That is solid logic. Why would he? Anyway, I'm
Now, if I
not.
could flip the boat without me falling out.
I also would like to cast Bless
Okay.
on Renori, Faustus, and Raven.
Oh.
Oh, we have bless.
What does
Okay.
that do for us?
So Bless gives you an added D4 die to every attack roll and every saving throw.
Does it have
Cool.
like a timing cap to it, or like?
What do you mean, like how long the spell lasts?
Yeah, or something.
I don't
Uh,
think so. It says the duration is that my concentration is up to 1 minute. But
Yeah. So the spell lasts for a minute.
Okay.
So if you within the next minute, you'll have, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you kind of more the gentle muttering, and you take you have like your bag at your hip, and you take a small like flask of holy water and sort of rub it into your fingers, and the three of you feel a sort of like warmth on your back and shoulders, kind of like distinctly different from the sunlight, as you are blessed. And Casper keeps up this steady motion, and pretty soon you are touching the sand. Before you get right up on the shore, there is some, like, he drops one of the oars to kind of push you side to side, like pushing off of these small spires, and then he very carefully stands and he very carefully stands and takes a few steps forward, like 1 foot on the bow of this small boat, and steps off into the shallow water to pull the boat up onto the sand. and you have touched down on the little island where this reef lives. And now getting closer to it, it is much bigger than it seemed before. And you notice it's just strangely composed. And it, like most colorful coral, you can safely assume it's alive. Can everybody do me a perception check, please?
Oh, you know it.
How did I sit down at this desk without my dice?
Never mind, I don't know shit.
Yeah, I was also preparing my die back. Like, oh shit, I need a d20. 16 for Raven.
Okay.
8 for Tide.
I got a whole 6.
Okay.
Not half of 6?
11.
All right.
Unremarkable.
Raven, what'd you get again?
16.
Okay, so Raven, we'll start with you. So you notice as you're walking through the sand, you've got your new boots from your new outfit, and walking is a much more enjoyable experience now that you're better equipped for it. And
there's no holes in her shoes.
yes,
The
so
sand isn't getting in. It's perfect.
it's like feeling the texture without having to feel it against your will is just a really nice experience.
Yes.
And as you're
I
trudging
hate
up onto the
sand.
sand, as you're trudging up onto the sand to get
No.
closer to this tower, you kind of, it's not hurting because it's not really like touching your foot, but you are noticing that as you're going forward, you're stepping on those little spikes of coral that are kind of poking up, and you like step off of one as you're walking and look a little bit closer, and some of the sand has kind of shifted by your foot, and you notice running parallel to where you're walking these thick, like, tendrils, I guess is the word, of coral, almost like roots. And you see like where these little spikes are kind of concentrating, you see some of these poking up ever so slightly from the sand and heading up towards this tower. The three of you just notice that as you walk onto the sand, the volume of these little spires increases, and they go from like very small to the point where you wouldn't even see them in the sand until you're stepping on them. Thankfully, we all have shoes here. So this isn't really, this isn't as much of a problem, but you're noticing it as you're kind of hitting them more. And you approach the foot of the tower with the four of you, Tessa, Boomstick, and Casper, in tow. Now, you approach the, for lack of a better word, just bottom floor of this area. You notice that this tower, although oddly shaped, there's sort of the first floor has this just open area. Like it's sand and then archways of coral that like connect to the main tower to give the illusion of doorways, and they all converge into this one central area. And then you see up against like between, so like if this is a cube, right? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, because boxes have 4 sides. Against that back wall there's a staircase spanning diagonally, heading upwards. But that's all there really is here. It's just this wide open beach with pure white sand and this staircase heading upwards in the first floor.
Question, GM.
Yes.
The little spiky things in the sand, are they everywhere? Like, anywhere you go on the island as we, like, walk around?
It's more of like a finding shells on the beach situation. Like, near the water line, there's a whole bunch, but as you're starting to come up, they're more sporadic and barely there.
Okay. So, what do we want to do? Do we want to go up this? And Renori will, like, point at the staircase, very baffled and unsure.
Raven walks up to one of the walls and like touches it, right? And I'm
Mhm.
assuming it's like very like that craggly, like coral dried up out of water feeling.
It's it feels like kind of touching a porous rock.
Yeah.
Um,
Is it
the
smooth? Or is
somewhat
it like okay, okay.
like the so it feel so it is living
Yeah,
coral
yeah,
because
yeah.
the living coral retains its color. However, when you're touching it, it's a lot more firm than coral would be. It feels like really just like touching a rock with holes in it, and it's slightly damp.
Okay. Uh yeah, Raven is sort of just like marveling at this because she's just like, who did somebody build this? Or did it she's just like confused and so she's just like nervous, I
Mm-hmm.
guess. And
Doesn't see doesn't seem entirely like it's naturally occurring. You ever seen coral behave this way?
uh
Renori's gonna turn to Tessa, Boomstick, and Casper.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of you three know anything about this? You've all been out in the world at least far more than I have, so.
Give me a second, because I get to do what the kids call rolling.
Rolling.
Yeah, I know. Only cool kids have ever heard of
rolling
it.
the river.
Rolling on a river.
Oh, to be a GM handling 3 NPCs at once.
The
Yeah,
power.
yeah, it's a lot. Okay, I have way too many documents in this one binder. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Raven kind of like to answer Faustus's question, she kind of like under her breath leans towards him. It's just like, I've never seen Coral in person before, so I it, I'm assuming no.
I also haven't, but it seems like something like this being naturally occurring, I would have heard of it at least before.
Um,
Look at chat at the worst.
every time. Faustus, can you go ahead and do me a history check, please?
Sure.
And Renori, to answer your question, Tessa sort of shrugs like I wish I knew more about all of these locations, but this one I was just sort of brought here. This to me appears constructed versus naturally occurring, but I couldn't tell you much more. And trailing off of her thought, Casper and Boomstick share a look, and they go, "Well, Casper speaks first. I've never been here, but I mean, this is a pretty common route to go through for merchants, and we a lot of first timers pull too close. Um, don't know much about how it came about. I mean, there's a ton of stories, sea monsters, vengeful witch, the gods fucking around. All, but I couldn't tell you which is true. And Boomstick kind of nods in agreement.
Great, so we have no idea what this is, and we're about to walk into it. Well, what else is new? I say we go.
I mean, if it's probably not much consolation, but it is old.
That's why it's called an adventure. Because you don't know what's gonna happen when you go inside. Faust just walks like straight in.
Okay.
Just goes for it.
Are you going like up the stairs?
I'm gonna head in that direction. Can I take like a closer look around as I head in and see if I notice anything else?
Yes, you can. So you walk ahead, and as you get under the main like this first area, it's like a gazebo. It's kind of like think like a gazebo, but instead of having its own roof, the roof is just the next floor of this place. Um, so you walk in, and beneath you is a very intricate floor, like made of the same material that these archways in the walls, like above, are, and it's like a mosaic pattern of coral and different textures. Like you see the brain coral, you see, I don't know what other kinds of coral there are, but the different species and in this beautiful radial pattern. And then the stairway, it's kind of also very blocky and it looks pretty sturdy, but made of this interlocking coral heading upwards. And you can see the opening where these stairs would let out, but you can't quite see what's on the other side of the stairway.
Renori will follow, and can I like? Nah, never mind. I'm good.
Okay, so you're following Tide, Raven.
Raven is gonna look back to Tide to like as like a reassuring like, hey, we all on the same page, like, come on, let's go, kind of way.
Tide is not going to read that at all, but just walk forward.
Cool. All right. Nothing's changed. I love it. So
Raven lets him walk past her, and she's just like, okay then. Just goes.
Okay.
Asked and answered. Maybe not quite.
Casper, Tessa, and Boomstick would have probably started walking as Renori, between like Renori and Tide heading up. So the rest of you catch up to Faustus, and you see the same sort of situation. This intricate flooring, only on this first floor, kind of eclipsed at the edges by the sand of the island that this sits on, and then the staircase heading up, and you can't quite see what's on the other side of it.
Let's go.
Yeah, might as well. What else are we gonna do?
All right.
Well, I could send my sweet baby girl ahead, and the snake crawls out around the arm
Okay.
to take a look around the corner.
Send the worm.
Okay. So, sweet baby girl Lilith,
Lilith and I are going to assume, Renori, that you mean WYRM, and we are very complimented. And he sort of slings Lilith off, and she flies off, and is going to head around the corner, and then he'll...
Okay.
Eyes go dark.
So...
Eyes go darker.
Darker.
As her wings snap up, and she takes the corner hard, going up, and you all see Faustus. His head drops slightly, and for those of you able to look at his face, his eyes have like a sort of reflective quality to them, even though they're full black, and that reflective quality completely disappears.
I think Renori's never witnessed this before. And even if she has witnessed it before, she probably wasn't too keen on Faustus back then. So just like instinctively watching his head drop, she's gonna like reach out and like hold him by the shoulders to like make sure he doesn't fall over.
Faustus, you feel her hands on you.
Raven, on the other hand, just pokes his face, just like
he says, "Thank you, Tessa."
Faustus, you absolute
he can't hear you.
He's blind and deaf. He can't see and hear you because he's using the familiar.
Well,
stuff.
he's gonna hear about it in a minute.
Tessa kind of snorts a little bit.
All right. What does...
And Raven kind of puts like a hand around Tessa's waist, like, yeah, this is happening.
Damn it.
He's a fucking idiot.
So as Lilith snaps out her wings and takes the curve up the stairs, Faustus, you get the full view. So I'm just gonna refer to the areas like by floor because this is kind of like a tower. So this open next floor here, you see a repeat of the wait, no, sorry, got my DM wires crossed. Ha! Lilith crashes into water. Lilith meets...
Oh my god, is this going to be a water level? I swear to God, I'm so excited.
Now, it doesn't say what kind of snake your familiar is going to be, but I'm not mean. So we're going to assume Lilith is of the water snake variety. And that she's water compatible.
Technically,
Lilith
she's
not.
Is a reskinned owl, so no, it cannot breathe in the water.
Yeah. Lilith's gonna be able to give you a few seconds. So here's the few seconds that you get. Water. Her vision goes blue and slightly warbled, and her movement slows as this wall hits her wings. And
Big bulky
you
wings make it hard to swim.
True. You see a cube, basically, of coral and water floor to ceiling. Inside, you see the only thing you can really see in this room that seems of note is a chest in the back, like against the back wall. But you're not able to really get a good look at it before Lilith is gone.
Yeah. I'm still in the vision while I'm looking, and I say, "Oh, Tide, we're going to need that water breathing spell." And then I pop out of the vision.
Hey, Faustus, you absolute idiot. Look at who's
Hmm?
holding your shoulders.
Well, I'm at a loss for words.
Raven will just pat him like slightly like patronizingly, being like, wishful thinking gets the best of all of us. And she's just going to start heading up.
I guess you just both have nice hands.
I have water.
Don't try to weasel your way out of this with a compliment, but
Weasel?
thank you. Oh, stop it. What did you see?
I saw water. It appears that the tower, somewhat remarkably, is filled with water. Maybe from here on out, but
Great. I can totally breathe
isn't
underwater.
built for long nautical excursions beneath the waves.
Neither am I.
I can breathe underwater.
Tide, we know.
So can I. Tessa raises her hand.
Right.
I mean,
Anybody else?
we could help you with that, or at least I can. I don't know if you have the energy to spare, Tide.
Sure.
Okay. There's how many of you? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's 2 of you. With the ability, so Tessa will be like, I can take Raven, Faustus, and Boomstick. And Boomstick, like, she's just learning Boomstick's name for the first time. Yes, Tide.
I have 2 questions. First, is she using water breathing?
That seems to be her intent, yes.
Okay, because we can do up to 10 people with 1 spell.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's me forgetting that, not her. She would know that.
2, will you let us know when Bless wears off?
Bless is gone.
Gone. Okay.
Yeah. You would have. Everybody felt that kind of wane and disappear.
Imagine if it wasn't gone, how fast we would have rowed from the boat to the island.
Speedboat.
Bouncing across the waves.
I wish I knew how spells work. That'd be so fun. So. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you can do up to 10. So Tessa will just do it. So you all feel it's rather unpleasant. There's a shift in your breathing, and it starts to stutter, and it takes a second, and the air, as you take in your next breath, it almost feels like the air is too thin. It's a little uncomfortable, but you can now breathe water.
With the air starting to feel too thin, even though Renori knows that the spell was cast on her, she will start panicking a little bit and like grabbing at her chest. Just like gasping.
Raven will just put a hand on her back, being like, it's okay. Like, we just need to get to the water and we'll feel like normal again.
Tide is
Renori
gonna
just nods.
shape water and throw some at her now gills to cover it.
Renori.
Great energy. I love that.
Yeah, Renori will take a few seconds, but she'll calm down and turn to Tide and just like nod at him. Thank you.
Todd.
Turn
Not
to Todd.
Todd.
Turn to Todd.
Not Todd.
Yeah. So, anyway.
So, okay. So yeah, it's not nice. It's not fun. So you are all going up? Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Tide will go
For
first.
whatever direction this is now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you, yeah, so you're going to, as a group, you start heading up the stairs, and it's sort of just like this one flight, and as you get to the top stair of this one, it turns, and there's like about 4 more stairs going this way, so you kind of got like an angle going on. And as you turn this corner, your head rises into water, and you take like a deep and water fills your lungs, but it's not in the way that it normally would, because you're able to breathe as though it's air. And you take some more cautious steps upward, and like each of you, one after the other, and you're able to get into this room a little bit better to get a better look. So Faustus, what you saw originally is pretty much what stands. This is a large room, maybe about like, oh gosh, measurements, numbers, 40 by 40 feet, and extending upwards about the same, like a cube, just full floor to ceiling water. And in the back wall, in the back left hand corner, there is a chest. It's pretty decently sized, doesn't look too intricate or special. It's just sitting against the back wall. You see that same radial design that was on the first floor in this room as well. But this one looks a little bit different. Rather than being all these different colors, there's a distinct like dark blue swirl that goes and fills out the entire room. And you see the same on the ceiling as well. But that's it, just this room. No other features of this room.
Question, are we floating or walking in the water?
When you like start, it's kind of like walking down into a pool, like, or but in this case walking up into one. Like as soon as you're getting your feet like up to your like legs and waist, you're starting to float, like you're into water.
Think that since you don't have air in your lungs anymore, technically, you might like there might be some components of your body like fat that's light that would float, but like you wouldn't have much buoyancy, I don't think,
Yeah,
right?
you're
It'd
not
be like being
floating
on the bottom of a pool and then blowing all your air out.
I guess
Like,
what I
you
meant,
could still swim up, but you'd have to have an effort to do it, I think.
my phrasing was bad. What I mean is, are we like walking on the ground or are we swimming like fish?
Oh, you're like
Swimming like
walking.
fish would be,
Yeah,
like,
you would have
or
to make
block.
like a distinguished choice to go up here.
Okay, so we're underwater but still like walking flat on the ground.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you would imagine walking on the moon is like, but with a little more gravity.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Tide's gonna swim.
that's fair. Tessa seems intent on swimming as well. You're all like you see like your cloaks and bags and things kind of take a little bit of a rhythm to them and floating. Cool. So as you all like filter into this room, there is light, and you do see a window. And this window was not here before. This is an important distinction I have to make. As you file into the room, you just notice sort of a sunbeam situation that filters into the room and twinkles out to dissipate within the light, as a small arched window forms in the right wall. Like you literally are able to see the coral reshuffle into this window. It's small. You could probably pull through like a person through it, but it's just there. And as you all come up into this room, a terrible screech fills your ears. Horrible, mind-splitting screech. Desperate and bitter. And it doesn't stop. And at first it's in your ears, and it seems to spread directly into your mind. And it's crying for help. But none of you are screaming. and it's getting worse. And that chest that's at the back wall is starting to rattle. What do you do?
Can we tell if the screech is coming from the chest itself?
The sound doesn't seem to be like coming from it, but the chest has started moving with the scream. The sound seems to just be coming from all around you.
Tide is gonna swim up to the newly formed window
Okay.
and look and see what's out there.
You see the beach below. You see the in the far distance. Actually, you wouldn't be able to see the Seahawk because this is the right window. So you just see the waves going out as far as you can see.
Renori will walk over to the chest and cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Yes. You do. The chest does kind of light up in your vision, and it does appear to be. Oh gosh, what would this be? I don't even know how to what I would classify it as, but you do notice a distinct, strong presence of magic.
There's some sort of presence of magic.
Yeah.
Renori will like tell everybody else, but I'm not quite sure what it's doing.
Is there anything like on the chest, like Raven's gonna swim or like
Do me a
swim
perception
walk
check.
to it? Okay, cool. Another 16.
Okay. You do, yeah. You see that same symbol that's in the floor. You see that on the lid of this chest, but it's immensely faded. Like the wood seems to be probably from like salt water. It seems to be battered, and that design has all but faded. But now that you're looking, you see it. But that's really the only thing of note. It's a wooden chest with some iron, like rivets and a padlock on it.
Is there... Ooh.
Is anybody good at picking locks? And Renori will look over at Faustus.
The chest is shaking violently. Are we sure we want to unlock it?
Can I use Ghostly Gaze to see inside?
Remind me what Ghostly Gaze does?
So Ghostly Gaze is you gain the ability to see through solid objects with dark vision to a range of 30 feet for 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So,
that is the coolest thing
that's
I've
really
ever
cool.
heard.
Is that a warlock ability?
It is.
Cool. So,
Thanks, Steven Daddy, for these
that's
cool
yeah. So you staring at this chest, Raven, you call upon your stores of magic, like beyond the plane you're on, to as usual, right? And there's just a sort of swirl of fire that kind of lashes across your vision, and as it recedes, your vision has shifted, and it's kind of sickening. You make the mistake of looking at one of your teammates, and you catch a glimpse of their bones, and you have to like avert your gaze. But as you focus on this box,
Just look, catches your eyes like, what? Why are you looking at me like that?
She's just like, I'm rethinking a lot of my decisions up to this point.
Oh no!
Now that I've seen your
bones.
skeleton, I can't have that.
He has
Too
bones.
bony.
I have to raise my standards. You direct your gaze towards
Vertebrates
this
only.
box and stop. Towards
Vertebrates
this
need
box.
not apply.
Thanks, guys, for stream. It's been really great. It's been a great. It's been a great campaign.
It's just like I need someone.
Let me just go. You direct
Anyone
your
with calcium deficiency up there.
you direct your gaze to this box in front of you, and your vision passes through the physical layer to what's within, and you catch a swirling mass. Can you do me another perception check, please?
Oh, on. 20. 1.
Nice. Okay, so there's just this violently swirling mass, and you can see what's causing the rattling is whatever that is slamming into the different sides of this chest. But as you watch it more closely, you catch a glimpse of a head, limbs all contorted, just whirling around in there.
So it's. Can I get like a read on anatomically what this thing might be?
Horribly enough, considering the size of the chest, like think like Legend of Zelda, like chest proportions. Like this is not a tiny box, but it's definitely smaller than a person. And you can ascertain that this is a humanoid figure in this thing.
There's a person in that box.
All right.
She like shifts. She like
you know
shifts.
how I feel about people in boxes. He's just gonna make
Yes.
hand and try to pick the lock.
All right, do a sleight of hand for me, please.
I don't even want to
No.
think about it.
Renori is gonna be like, and Faustus, it's screaming for help, by the way. That's why I said we should open the box, so.
That is a 17.
Okay, with ease, the mage hand floats forward, and you fiddle, and then clunk clunk, there, that lock clicks open, and you all feel a wave of force hit you and pass through you, and the lock floats up and disintegrates in what almost looks like ash. And then the rattling dies down, and there is silence in the room. Then the lid slams open, and a mass zips out of this. And it's still twirling and screeching in front of you. And then stops, and you see a humanoid figure floating in front of you. There's hair, literally like seaweed, dripping down its face and across its back that's floating side to side. Fins that protrude out of the arms and wicked claws, like almost an inch long. And you see these two blazing blue eyes looking at you through this curtain of hair. And the waist comes down into a fishtail.
A mermaid!
But
Yes!
chunks of flesh are missing, and you catch glimpses of bone. And there are some areas where there's a hole that have been patched, like with haphazardly with seaweed or other like nets and things like that. But the flippers are torn and ragged, and it's just floating and looking at you. And then she goes still, and another screech consumes the room, and you can tell it's coming from her, just deep within her core. In fact, the strength of it yanks her body forward, like by the diaphragm, like she's just tugged forward, and it bursts out of her and fills this room. Everybody do me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, shit, now we need bless. That
Ready.
is a natural 20
It's an 18.
for a 24.
24?
Oh no.
21.
21.
11.
18, 11. Okay, hold on. Gotta do our other companions here.
I think I'm going to lose my bones. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Oh no!
Okay, so
It was
everybody...
foreshadowed. It was foreshadowed earlier. It's Chekhov's gun. You don't introduce my bones unless you're gonna take them away.
So everybody except Faustus.
Chekhov's bone.
We're gonna start with everybody except for Faustus. This screech consumes your every sense. It is completely overwhelming and terrible. And within it, you also can catch just bones cracking as this horrible sound just is everywhere. And it hurts. My God, it hurts. Your ears, your head. It is the singular, probably most painful thing you have experienced, and you all have been through some shit. That says a lot about what's going on right now.
Yikes.
You do manage to sort of keep your wits about you, but there are like tears coming to your eyes. You're shaking. Like, it's not an easy feat. Faustus, so Faustus, the same thing happens to you, but much more powerfully. And, you feel for a moment, and this is not something most living creatures are supposed to feel, Faustus, your heart stops completely within your chest. And your brain has a full scrabbling,
I need that.
claws to the wall moment of panic before boom, 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 and the breath surges back into you.
I've never felt such fear in Dungeons and Dragons.
And this thing, the screech, peters out as it like hits against the walls and takes its last echoing bounces through the water, and then in snappy bone movements folds back forward and looks at you with those eyes again, just kind of like its gaze limply scanning all of you. And it's just floating there.
It's okay, you're safe now. Yeah, or at least you're free from that box.
Can you do me a persuasion check, please?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hold on.
That's a 16.
Okay.
Could I do like a medicine check to see like how fucked up she is?
Yes, you may.
Cool.
Can I do that as well?
Mm-hmm.
18.
21.
Okay. We're gonna get to the medicine check in a second, so I'm just gonna start with Renori. So, Renori, you say this to this creature, and its head tilts to the side as it's floating, and in a flash, it is before you, and its hand reaches out with those long claws and clutches your face and tilts your chin up, and it's just staring at you. And then this dismal, echoing voice that sort of has that screech undertoning it goes, "You're so beautiful." And it like tilts your head to the side again, and like its eyes are tracking down your form, and it goes, "Free, you say?" Now, Tide and Raven, as it gets, it just freaking appears in front of Renori. You are able to get that glimpse of it as you're checking out its form. We had an 18, and what was the other number?
21.
18 and 21. Something is wrong with this thing. You can...
That's so true, bestie.
Yeah, something is definitely wrong with whatever it is. Like, whatever... Looking at it, at this form in front of you, this does not seem to be the intended form of this creature. Like, the flesh decay, the movements of the bones, the claws, like, something happened to it that changed its anatomy. Something changed its anatomy so that the form you see before you has been created from what it originally was. Renori, the creature, like, lets your face go and is staring at you, and then her gaze tracks across all of you and then comes back to land on Casper, and she stares at him and kind of does the same thing. Like, she floats forward to him and grabs his chin, and she doesn't say anything to him, but now she's just staring.
So, about that, Renori is gonna move to shove herself between the two.
Okay.
Guys, let's dunk on her.
And she's gonna cast Hold Person
on her.
On the thing.
Can you cast Murder Monster instead?
And I'll cast it at 3rd level.
Oh damn. Okay, we're splurging. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
You have to do a wisdom save.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I was wondering. I don't think that's gonna do it. That is a 12.
Oh, that does not do it.
Yep. Okay. So.
Are you saying she's paralyzed?
I'm holding her. She can't move.
Yeah, she does have like condition paralyzed. So Renori, you like kind of shoulder first shove yourself between this creature and Casper as your fingers flick and you mutter a few words under your breath, and you take your other hand and stick into your component pouch and take a slip of iron beneath your fingers, and you feel that sort of ramrod property travel up through your arms into you, and then you cast it back out with the other hand. And around this creature you see like bands of just air, basically, but almost like wrought iron. 1, 2, 3 clamp around her form, her arms to her body, and you see where this whole person kind of like clutches into the flesh, like pieces of flesh are drifting off, and she's like, and she makes these like startled little screeches, and her eyes go wild, and she's looking around.
And then right after that, Renori is going to look at Casper. Okay, listen, I don't know much about sea things, but is this your siren fiance and you like locked her in this thing? Do you know who this is, Casper?
So you say that, Renori, and well, I love it when things work out. So you say that, and you hear another screech, this one in rage, which hurts more. And the creature is struggling viciously against its bonds. And as it snaps its head around, the seaweed kind of flicks up away from its face, and you get a better glimpse. It was probably once beautiful. And as horrifying as it is to look at, it is also quite sad to look at. There are chunks of flesh missing from the face and bone exposed. The nose, like the tip of the nose is missing. And then there's sunken in eyes and sallow cheekbones. And as she like opens her mouth, it's like her jaw's not sitting correctly. And as you say that, she snaps her gaze to Casper. She's like, "You! This is your fault." And she begins to cry. Can everybody do me another wisdom save?
It's another natural 24.
Nice.
It's
14.
Renori do be wise, though.
She do be wise.
24 for Raven as well.
Okay.
12.
Okay.
Faust is really gonna be losing his whole body at this point.
My bones are already gone. I just can't tell yet because I'm underwater.
The same just the same thing that happened before.
He's just
We're gonna
looking
get
at
out of the
this
bottom of the
boat.
tower. They're just gonna hear like this gargled screech as
Just
Faust
She's just gonna like gloss down the
stairs.
stairs. Yeah.
He's
Oh,
just
bones.
muscle, sinew, and tendon at this point.
Delicious. Anyway, so the same thing that happened before happens again. Faust is a little less intense. Your heart doesn't stop this time. You feel this chill run down your spine, and it is actually a little bit different. Same physical effects, but it's a little bit different to experience. You full body shudder, and anguish floods your mind, and it's not like nothing else comes with it. It's just this feeling of your lungs like shriveling, and this like your ribs are made of lead, and you're just
This thing has forced Faustus to feel big feelings twice in the past minute. He's like marching towards it and just like snaps his wrist out. And there's a dagger there, and he's like, "We're killing this thing, right?"
Renori,
I've never
Is it
regretted
fucking with
a
anyone else's
decision
bed? That hurts.
faster
I don't want that to
than
keep happening.
I am not against killing it, but I do want an explanation from Casper.
Faustus, when you level the dagger at it, its eyes turn to you, and in that same like wild caged animal kind of expression, and it whimpers and it goes, "Please, please, just do it. I can't live like this anymore. Look at me."
Wow,
Do it.
it's not often that somebody opens a door like that. You don't even have to feel bad about it after.
I was about to say, based on her state, it might genuinely be more merciful just to, well, end it.
Faustus, a hand lowers onto your dagger and attempts to push it down a little bit, like not really like forceful, just gentle descent, and this Casper kind of like takes some floaty steps forward. And he looks at the creature. And Renori, you notice one of those bands of tight energy go pff, and she has a better movement of like her upper arms, but the bottom two are still remaining. Your spell is starting to fade.
Casper, I need you to explain. My spell is fading. Stay behind me, please.
And he squints at her, and then he reaches towards her throat, and she makes a guttural noise of fear. And then you see him kind of like flick away the seaweed that's been drifting wildly. And as you get a better glimpse of her face again, at the base of her throat is that spiral design that you saw on the floor, and Raven, you saw on the chest. And he looks at her in utter disbelief. Nyreen? And can everybody do me another wisdom saving throw, please?
Jesus.
God.
26.
Okay.
22.
Faustus, how we
I'm-
doing, bestie?
I'm gonna note, by the way, that Renori is getting pissed. Like, she's pissed. Just so everybody knows. Faustus?
I'm thinking whether or not I have used in this adventuring day my wait no go back skull.
You have
No,
not.
you haven't. It's a
probably
new
haven't.
day.
I'm gonna,
because
I'm
we
gonna
had
do it.
a long
I'm gonna
rest,
do it
yeah.
because that would have been a
I was just wondering, is there
3.
any way that Raven could do a helping action of any kind?
Natural 20 for a 21.
I don't think
Nice,
there's any way to
finally,
help.
Faustus.
No.
Okay, so he got a 20.
Oh.
He got a
an
20
nat
anyway, so
there.
he's okay, yeah.
Raven got a 21.
Okay. And... What? Not me throwing my dice on the
Just
floor.
a few levels, I get slippery mind, and I get wisdom saving throw proficiency.
Nice. Okay, so, you...
When you already have proficiency in wisdom saving throws.
No, I have
Not
I
by
do.
these
Raven
rules.
does.
Dex and Intelligence.
Not by
Mm.
these rules, he doesn't. So, you all, like, you're a pro at this now. Another blast of sound, much similar to the most recent one, emerges from her. And now that Casper's kind of moved her hair away, you actually see that little symbol at the base of her throat, like, pulse in time with this wave that comes out of her. And as it sort of moves your body a little bit, it's not really piercing towards your mind anymore. It's just loud. And she's looking at Casper with the same like unhinged eyes, but she's not recognizing what he's saying. She just looks scared. And he's going to attempt to do something, which is hilarious. Not actually funny. It's hilarious to me. Oh, yeah, okay. So, Casper turns to you, Faustus, and he goes, and then Renori, it's like, not now, just directly after, we need to save her. And he reaches his hands very slowly out to her temples and kind of drops his 2 fingers down onto right there, and you see little bits of flesh like dislodge and float away under his touch, and goes, just breathe, all right, breathe. And as he says that, you all feel this blanket of calm come over you. Can everybody do me a charisma saving throw, please?
No.
Charisma.
Please.
Oh, I also have proficiency in this. Why did I choose this? That's so random.
12.
I don't want to die. Please, no.
16.
Can't even say it out loud.
I got a 1 too, Kristen, if that's what it is. Okay, I got a 1 on my charisma saving throw.
Kristen, bestie. What's going
Not as
on?
bad as Faust. It's not as bad as Faustus.
Okay, well, nothing that was said happened. Well, actually, wait, what did Raven get?
A 16.
Just, hold on, I have to check it.
The way I'm actually crying from my fear.
Oh, don't worry about that. Okay, Raven, you are.
I think since we both failed, our characters fall in love now.
Raven,
that's what happens.
you are
There's a
very
Christmas
familiar. You are very familiar with the feeling of calm emotions because it's been used on you quite a few times in your upbringing.
Ooh, that's super triggering.
Yeah.
She does not like that. She's pissed
Yucky. Yucky
Um,
sucky.
And you recognizing
What?
recognizing the feeling that goes with that, immediately swat it aside. Mentally. You
now.
know.
Yes. She now also has a dagger in her hand because
Okay.
she's pissed.
Hold on. Tide. I get in line. Tide. What was your number again?
12.
Okay. So Tide, Renori, Faustus, you feel this blanket of calm, like it comes in to settle on your mind, right? And there's a moment where it's just sort of floating and you feel it. And as you're kind of like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, it descends like a weighted blanket, and the adrenaline, fear, just sort of fades.
Renori's rage.
You're still feeling emotions, like all of your emotions don't just disappear, but they're definitely dampened.
I'm so mad that I'm less mad.
It's like canceling out like math.
Like,
What's math? I'm
nosebleed starts coming down.
And
Paradox.
so as you all grapple with the sort of different responses to this, you do see. Hold on. I have to do this for her now. Okay, yeah, you do see the same sort of physical thing happen to this creature, where she just. And as she breathes, Renori, the last grasp of your spell fade. Just snap, snap. And her arms float up as well, so that she's back to her floating rhythm. And Casper, like, lets go of his temple, of her temples, and looks back at you like, I don't know how to fix her. But yes, Renori, this is my fiance, Nyreen.
All right, Mr. Rochester. We've all read Jane Eyre. We know what's going on here. You locked the crazy old bat in the attic so you could have the hot young thing, just like in
Are
Jane
you
Eyre.
saying this to him, or are you telling me this?
This is just me out of character.
Cool.
This is
Rant.
just Jake being
This is
Jake.
It's just me ranting about classical literature out of character.
As you should.
I'm not gonna start this. No, this has nothing to do with it. So was Nyreen who did the calm emotion spell?
It appears to have been Casper.
Oh.
Can you do me an insight check, Raven?
Cool.
Tide is going to swim over to the box that she was in, because just the lock disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna swim over to look at it.
Okay.
What is 18 plus 7?
25.
25.
Cool. That's what I rolled. Thank you. An accountant. You love to see it.
I have a full-time job as an accountant.
Quick question. Calm emotions, that's a spell, right?
Yes.
Can I cast Dispel Magic on myself?
Yeah.
You want to do that just for calm emotion?
Yeah, because like
hell yeah, dude.
Renori knows that she's feeling things stronger, and she's a wizard. She knows that a spell just went over her.
A big part of me wants to cast Tasha's hideous laughter on Casper so he gets incapacitated and loses concentration on the spell. That's what I want to do. But
I mean, you know I'm always down to clown. So
Let me.
Okay, Renori, are you doing your Dispel Magic?
Wait, I'm reading something. One moment.
Okay, wizard.
is it Jane Eyre? Are you reading Jane Eyre? Did you think of it because of the thing I said?
Classic lit break.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on myself.
Okay, so instantly, just the you feel that blanket just evaporate, and your emotions come rushing back in full force, and it just kind of takes you not by surprise, but you're definitely taken aback, because you've settled into sort of state of being, and now you have reversed that, and as you get a hold of the buoying waves that are your feelings, congratulations, you're mad again.
Yeah. I have a
Are you
question
happy?
for the GM regarding spells, just really quickly.
Sure, what's up?
If a spell says that they have to make a save, and if they fail, they have a status effect or whatever, like frightened, but also that spell says that there's damage. Do they automatically take the damage, or
unless otherwise specified, you must fail the save to have the effects happen.
Yes. So let me read you what it says that has me confused, because I don't know if the damage would happen immediately or later. It says, on a failed save, the target becomes frightened. At the end of each turn, the target, before the spell ends, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take the damage. So that's after the initial casting. Would they take damage with the...
Yeah, there are some weird damage timing things with spells.
Just give me 1 second, sorry.
No, you're good, I see.
Yeah.
What's up?
Cool. Okay, sorry. One more time.
So the spell says that at the end of if they fail the save, they take this status condition, and then at the end of each of that person's turn, they have to try to save again, and if they don't, they take a certain amount of damage. Now, would they take that damage the first time that it's cast as well if they fail the save?
Does it say, like, the first time, or does it say every round?
It says, so it says, on a failed save, the target becomes frightened for the duration. At the end of each of the target's turns before the spell ends, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take the damage.
Okay, so no,
That's
it's
what I'm
just so yeah, it's every time the person goes. So if you go before them and cast the spell, then whatever their next turn is after that, then they do the save. So if they've gone
Okay.
before you and you cast the spell, they have to wait till their next turn.
Great. Okay, then it doesn't matter,
Okay.
and I don't want to do that. Never. I'm quiet now.
Okay. So
What does my 25 insight do?
yes. Okay. So
Hey,
Raven,
what that 25 insight do?
you nice. So you pretty much instantly were
It
able
does a lot.
to resist that blanket from the calm emotions, right? So because of that, you're able to get a very good glimpse of that interaction as it happened versus everybody else wrestling with the effects of it, especially with your familiarity. With a 25,
I see into their souls.
well, you see into Casper's soul. It doesn't seem you it doesn't seem like he was casting it on anybody but her. In fact, his gaze doesn't meet any of you until he says, "We have to figure out how to help her," and he looks away. It seems like, especially from you like kind of dip into your past a little bit, remembering like getting your first grasps on dark magic, especially once you know, united with the fiend.
And daddy.
Period. This doesn't. The effects that just occurred on all of you don't seem intentional.
Is that like, can I tell if that's on the fault of like Casper or like the fact that he tried to cast it on Nyreen specifically and like Nyreen will just deflect a lot of spells that are cast at her?
You can't tell that, but it just does seem like Casper cast a spell that had the unattended side effect of affecting other people besides the subject he intended it for.
Okay. Raven just goes, "Do you cast magic often?
Huh?
Just do you have practice with casting magic? Because it seems like the spell that you intended to cast went awry a little bit and deflected onto all of us. I was unaffected because I'm a bad bitch, but she doesn't say that. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I could help it. She goes, it didn't work on me because of
It's
reasons.
working on me, though. It's working very well.
I dispelled the freaking thing.
So
On
I was
yourself,
just
though, right? Faustus is loving this vibe. He doesn't
Well,
feel
yeah,
any
no.
rage.
Renori is saying that to everybody.
I just wanted to know whether or not you are inexperienced, virginal, if you will, at casting this kind of magic. She's kind of angry, so she's gonna poke it and like.
In magic, I suppose. Yes, it's not my thing. Are you okay?
Just a word of advice. Never, ever cast calm emotions on your girlfriend. And I don't mean Nyreen. I mean me. This is very confusing. Do you know how she's here?
I didn't cast anything on you. I would never. What do you mean, don't cast it? What are you talking about?
You tried to cast a spell. Did you try to cast calm emotions on all of us? Because that's what happened.
I don't know. I just wanted her to stop freaking out so she could listen to us. Because something's wrong with her. And I didn't mean for anything. Are you okay?
So what did you do to her? What's that little trick?
It was just something an old friend taught me.
What friend? Who?
Raven's
How?
gonna like cut this conversation off. She's gonna go back to Nyreen. It's just like, what happened to you that you're like this now? Why is it Casper's fault?
um,
She makes a pointed like side eye stare to Casper as she says it was his fault.
you are so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I used to look like that. She took everything from me.
Who who took something from you?
I just want my life back. And I don't even know how long it's been. I think there's something that could be done.
Faustus is slowly moving into his George and Lenny position. If you catch my drift.
Oh
If
my
anybody else
God.
had that as mandatory high school reading.
Not the of mice.
Just
and
like
men
he's not
reference.
doing anything. He's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna like assume that everything's gonna work out fine. So
Yeah.
he's just gonna kind of get into like a divinity, original sin, backstab range
As you
around
should.
that. So he's just
Welcome
sort of
to
casually
English Lit
just
with Professor Jake.
sort of sitting there, just waiting for something to
Not,
go
not
awry.
not the Georgian. Renori is going to look at Nyreen and ask, you said she took everything from you. Who is that? How?
I can't say her name. I've tried.
Voldemort.
Can I investigate the chest?
Yes, you can. Thank you. I forgot. I apologize. So, you tied a while ago. You just were like, you moved over to that chest. So, it does appear completely empty. Just a plain wooden chest. You saw, like, you would have in your investigation been able to see also that faded symbol on the lid. But there doesn't seem to be anything else of note about this box.
Can I do an Arcana check?
Yes, you may.
Can I give myself guidance?
No, I believe it has to be another creature. Let me look. Let me check. I might be wrong. I think it has to be another creature.
It just says
It
one
says
willing
willing
creature.
one willing creature. You know what? Why
Are you
not?
willing?
Why
Are
not?
you willing to cast it on yourself?
Guide yourself. Sure.
When you
Stop that.
cast
He's gonna-
on yourself,
Stop it.
He's gonna like
Talk about a nice Saturday night. You know what I mean?
okay. Ooh, okay. 21, 24.
Okay, so you you kind of pat yourself on the shoulder, and like a conduit, this energy flows out of you and then back into you. And with precision, you take a better look at this box. Now, nothing about the box seems to be of note, but that's exactly why this piece of knowledge floats up to your mind. Druids, through their various circles and knowledge, tend to do a lot of work relating to spirit and the soul, although it's not necessarily a very holy line of magical study. You are working very extensively with nature and life force, and you do recall, as you were training, that it is possible to trap someone's spirit and therefore a fragment of the self, especially in an object that might have had value. In fact, this is where a lot of dark magic stems from, involving movement of the soul, and removal of the soul from the body. But this doesn't seem that you don't get like the heebie-jeebies off this, but it does remind you of that.
Okay.
So, back to Nyreen. There's something that could possibly be done. Um, I don't quite know if it's going to work. Which of you are sailors? Besides you. And she glares at Casper.
Ooh,
I'll like
that's a toughie.
slowly look at Boomstick. Just like
yeah, Renori will just be like
Perhaps.
boomstick.
Boomstick swallows nervously and takes a couple steps forward, and then Casper shuffles forward as well. Okay. This is not gonna be pleasant, but if it works, we'll all be fine. And if it doesn't, kill me, and that'll fix it.
Wait.
Yeah.
You say you can't say the person's name. Is that because of a spell?
She opens her mouth, and as if someone's got their hands on her head, her jaw snaps shut. In fact, so
Yikes.
hard it looks painful.
Ouchie.
I am gonna cast Dispel Magic at 4th level.
You're gonna have to roll for it.
Shit. Okay. Come on. Beautiful dice, don't fail me now. Okay. What do you just want me? Am I rolling?
Tell me so you make an ability check using your spell casting ability. So just tell me the number.
the number that I rolled.
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your spell casting ability? Did you add your modifier to it?
I did not add my modifier. That's 23.
Nice. You just wanted to get the full effect of the number. So Renori, you mutter a few words and you feel something very like when you cast Dispel Magic, I like to imagine you're reaching into this like sub level of energy that crackles along the plane and physically snapping something with your mind. And you feel that you just snapped something very old and very powerful. And everybody else, a wave of force just boom out from Nyrene's throat and through you once again, much more powerful than her scream. And there's a lot.
Wait, sorry, is this? I was like, this is Ariel, but like with a deep demonic twist.
There's a cracking of bones as her form shifts, and you see some things click back into place very painfully. If y'all have ever seen
Sure.
Ed Norton's Hulk film, think about that. Yeah.
I don't want to think about Ed Norton's Hulk film.
That's fair.
For
Why would
lots
you
of
make me do that?
reasons.
What?
Stuff starts to crack back
Wait.
into place. You see
I'm questioning
essentially
your taste,
healing.
Jake.
You see healing and pain. The seaweed affixed to her head completely falls and drifts out and dies. And then from her head, spurts of dark, thick, like dark hair sprout out and down into long, flowing waves. Her tail
Uh-oh.
as a whole thing, crack, and then turns from that like a sickly bluish gray. You see scales poke out of the skin with little spurts of blood following, and they're a reflective red as the flesh rejoins where it was missing. You see the seaweed bandage that she had going on, and some of like the nets and things snap and float away. You see her skin, like her ribs were like really exposed and everything like that, but you see her body return to more like a humanoid sort of just appearance instead of sickly and sullen. And her skin comes to like a deep tan, and as she takes this sort of rising, inhaling breath and then exhales, her hair floats away from her face, and yeah, she's beautiful.
Did Renori just revitalize and restore the youth of her boyfriend's ex?
Yeah, because she's fucking selfless, okay?
Badass, I guess.
She blinks a few times, and her eyes are no longer that piercing blue, but rather a warm brown. And she looks at all of you, and she laughs, like in joy, not like.
Okay.
I just realized how that would have come up. And she does she's looking at herself, and she does like a little spin in place, and her fins, which were like rotting and sickly, have now expanded back out. And she immediately, Renori, takes you into her arms and hugs you.
Let me go now.
I'm sorry.
You really fucking owe me, Nyrene. Big time.
Well, of course, I don't take saving my life lightly.
Yeah. And Renori just looks like absolutely nonplussed about the situation. Just like almost a tinge of regret.
Yeah.
Because Renori is a very insecure person. So she's gonna just stand there now, quietly.
She zips over to the window, and you see her like stick her head out, and then she kind of like arches back so that she's like backstroking towards you, and then she like curves around to face you again. Like, it had to have been, I mean, I don't even know, years. Thank you. Your names, please, so I may thank you.
I feel like she was the one who did most of the work. Could we? Yeah, this is gonna be rude. Could we just skip to the part where you just give us information as to how you're here, why you're here, who did this to you, what this place is?
That was. You understand how close that was to my dagger, your skull. Like, what? You need to unpack this
It
quickly.
Would have been a mercy.
Here.
Could still be a mercy.
Damn, woman, you've got an edge, don't you?
All right. You make a fair point. Apologies. Well, I don't. Her name I cannot speak, for if I speak it here, and she gestures around, it'll bring her to you, and she'll kill you. Not about a lack of faith, but about bearing witness.
Did you write it down? Would that maybe
that was awesome.
circumvent, or you could sign it? You could do
Is there like sand on the floor?
No.
Oh, it's just the coral.
It's just
FSL, Faerunian Sign Language.
Anybody know
that does exist?
That
does exist, but you don't have any reason to believe that she would know it.
Do you know thieves can't? You could tell me thieves can't.
Listen, it's not that she's the least of your worries. It's just that she's probably within your near future, if you're here. So.
Oh boy.
I wish I could tell you more. Just trust nothing and no one within these walls.
So that includes you.
I mean, you saw what I was. So. Listen, the best advice that I could give you is that use your mind to its full capacity. Think very carefully about what you want when you leave, because if you keep that at the front of your mind, it'll make anything within here bearable. And, well, if anybody could do it, you can. Oh, wish I could tell you what.
Right.
Ty just thinking he's a little disappointed that she's not his skin tone anymore.
Aww,
and his eye color. And fully not listening to anything she's saying.
Period. Listen, I never wanted to see you again. And she directs her gaze at Casper. But there'll be time for stories at another point,
Maybe.
if you wish.
So,
For now, I have to do this. And she gestures with her hand, like, upwards. And it's sort of a weird motion. You watch as her hand arcs up, and as soon as it gets to, like, the top of its motion, her wrist drops, like something has fallen off of it. And as soon as that, like, drop happens, you see another staircase materialize against the wall under the window, heading upwards. And she sighs and rubs her wrist. I thank you for setting me free. Now it's just the manner of getting home. And she looks at, like, the stairs that go back down.
Wait, that's it? You're just gonna peace out?
Well,
you said this was this idiot's fault. She
is
points
that
to
referring to
Casper.
Casper? Yeah.
Elaborate, please.
Yeah, our tete-a-tete is sort of at a stalemate. If you could add some fuel to this fire, it would really sort of help the vlog for rewatchability.
All right. Let's head upstairs. It'll be easier to talk.
Renori, like, looks at Cass.
Casper's looking at her. Renora, give me insight, please.
Oh, God. Oh, I am so afraid to let this dice out of my palm. Okay. 19.
Okay, he's been staring at her for a while and, like, looking at his expression. The first thing I want to clarify, it doesn't seem like a kind of look. It's,
Oh, God.
It's more of, like, he's lost in very deep thought. Like, his jaw is clenched, and at points he's looking at her, at points he's kind of staring into the middle distance around her. I don't know what that does for your emotional state, but it definitely clarifies some things looking at
Oh,
it.
yeah, I mean, no. Renori will take that in, and the seething will still be rolling off of her in very tangible waves.
Right.
Not quite as tangible as his ex's waves.
In the way that
Which broke Faustus's brain.
if someone were to think about a necromancy dark elf and feel fear, that is, like, the energy that Renori is giving off right now.
Okay. So,
Renori at
Fuck
this
around and
moment
find
is
out,
fuck around and find out.
Oh,
Yes.
Renori is, I am 1 second away from casting Blight or Magic Missile on your ass, or maybe both. So,
wait, on Irene or on Casper?
anybody.
Yes.
Understandable.
Anyone.
It's
Hey, whoever you
literally...
cast it on's getting a knife right away.
Nyreen,
All in. Ride or die.
Faustus.
Listen, I understand that the situation is tense, and I'm not trying to dip, as you said. But there's certain rules to conversation here, and it'll be easier to chat upstairs.
Sounds
You would follow
good.
me.
Renori goes upstairs.
Okay, so
This level and the level above us. She like
Nyreen-
says that, but she goes up.
It's still wet up there, too.
Nyreen swims towards the stairs, and you see as she gets kind of, like, closer that the singular sort of arching motion of her swimming turns slower, more disjointed, and the tail goes from tail to legs. And she takes her last few steps up the stairs.
Like in
Everybody's going
Splash.
up, right? Yeah, kind of like in Splash, actually.
Raven's very
It's not a movie I should have been allowed to watch.
yeah.
I don't think anybody should have been allowed to see that movie.
You know what? Anybody have like creative projects on your back burner and you're like, no one will ever pick this up because it's gonna be so bad. Splash happened. So like go get your coin, besties.
That's true.
So Raven is going to be very impatient with the amount of bullshit that's happening at the moment. She's just like, I fucking hate this. How is there a difference between telling us on like this floor and like the other one just because this one's underwater? And she's just like, she's like pent up this energy and she's like swimming quickly to the staircase.
Okay, so you all pass up onto this next floor, and so this room is more circular than the last one is, and way taller. In fact, it seems to span almost like 2 or 3 floors, and it's just huge circular room, made of the same coral situation, and you see ahead of you a tree. Like it's a thick, probably like an oak tree with this huge branches stretching up. But the thing is, it's white. Like white, including the leaves, and captured in quite deep detail. Like every dip in the bark and the veins and the leaves and everything as it stretches up, and around it, a spiral staircase of coral kind of hugs the wall going up around so the tree sits in the center and the stairs curve up around it, and you see like some of the boughs are grown so long that they're like hanging up over the stairs. In the tree there's like a hole right in the center of the tree that looks like it's grown out there, and yeah, there doesn't really appear to be much in this room besides that tree. And so, Renori, you pass up out of the stairs, and then so does Nyreen right behind you. And she kind of like, everybody kind of shuffles up and in to take a good look at this room. She goes, I apologize, but her domain is water. She hears all, knows all within water. I couldn't risk it. Now that I'm here, remind the DM, because a lot is happening on this side of the country. What were you asking her again?
What happened to you? Who did this to you? Where is this place? Why is this place?
Why? How is Casper involved?
Yeah. How is it this idiot's fault?
Okay. Well, I don't know how long ago it was. I've spent a lot of time in that box, but my pod and I were swimming too close, and something grabbed me, just dragged me down and down and down, and it didn't stop dragging me, and I ended up in that room, and I couldn't leave. It was just this cube, nowhere to go. And eventually I managed to bust my way free, but she didn't like that. So, well, she gets angry sometimes, very angry. And that day she was angry, she took it out on me, and you saw what I looked like. She did that to me. She took my youth, literally clawed it out of me, and then she threw me in that box, and she left me there. And other people have passed through and fought. I don't necessarily remember what happened to them. Their blurry faces, but
They're all dead, guys.
I've spent my time in that box.
I know shit, Faustus.
It's not.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened to them. Come on.
It's not his fault. I'm not happy to see him, but it's not his fault.
Is there any way, like even just like unintentionally, like how 9/11 led to the downfall of Ellen DeGeneres' career that way?
Jesus Christ, Sarah.
I'm so sorry.
Raven, will you quit fishing? Not to be punny, but Jesus.
She kind of laughs a little bit at that one. Not that I know of.
Okay, fine. Anyway, can you still not say her name, even though we're out of the water?
It's best not to take the risk.
Okay, like, I'm just gonna throw a couple of names out there.
No, don't,
Ellen,
don't. I'm serious.
Oprah.
I'm serious.
Saloon?
Don't. Names.
Is it Saloon?
Renori.
You think that I care about what you have to say, and you're incredibly incorrect in that.
It's not about your opinion. Names have power.
Sure, yeah.
That's true.
Names...
Is that why you asked us for our names a minute ago?
Yes.
Good thing I didn't give you mine.
Sure wish you didn't know mine.
It's not in that way. What I'm saying is, if you speak her name, you will bring her to you, and you will die.
You said she was coming after us anyway, correct?
Don't accelerate the process. If you're lucky,
Yeah.
if you're lucky, you'll perhaps catch her off guard.
Listen, death is kinda my thing. So...
What a fucking
not-
quote. Somebody write that shit down.
It's not incredibly
Death is kinda my
off-putting to
thing.
me.
Well, if you'd like to welcome death with open arms and full, like, severity, then speak all the names you wish. But I know what I've seen. I know what I've seen.
Well, to be fair, just based on track record, I don't think whatever this entity is going to kill us. I think she's going to lock us all in boxes. And that sounds worse, actually.
She is creative, she has infinite time, and she is cruel and all-powerful. And you
Wait.
just don't.
Faustus thinks he knows who it is.
Don't. I'm
trying so hard to behave right now for the sake of our GM.
Thank you. Thank you. This poor woman is like telling you about her trauma, and you guys are like, but what if we push the button?
So
Look, we just want some information about what's going on here and why, and what did Casper do, and why aren't you happy to see him?
I can
You
tell you
understand
about
what we might
that.
be curious about. There we go.
Yeah,
Progress.
I can tell you about that. And she glares at Casper, and he takes a very deliberate step backwards. This one.
This roast in honor of Casper.
Tide, is this a GM question, or Tide wants to say something?
It's a GM question.
What's up?
How big is the hole in the tree?
Like probably maybe like like this, like
the size of a head? Like a human head size.
disturbingly, yeah. But
Wow,
not
okay.
not made.
What about a cantaloupe? What about a watermelon? What about
Watermelon
a
sized.
pumpkin?
That's a less disturbing example. It's watermelon sized.
Tide is gonna cast Wild Shape and transform into an owl and fly up to the hole in the tree.
Are you just staying in front of it, or are you like going into it? Like, what's happening?
He's
Tied in
gonna
a tree hole.
he's gonna like hover outside of it to see if he can look inside.
Okay. Can I come back to you in a second?
Yes.
Okay. So, because I want to finish Irene's story before I forget to do it, and y'all are like, she didn't tell us anything. So, this one, a few years ago, I was swimming. I had broken away from my pod with my sister, and it was late. We were messing around a little bit, and we passed a ship full of drunken sailors. So, excellent snack. And
I'm sorry, slow down.
What would you do with a
Rewind.
drunken sailor? Is
Rewind.
to
We
eat
did
them?
just blow past that you were just casually eating sailors.
and you know,
Before?
we
sirens
stopped.
Early
too.
in the morning, you decided to eat drunken sailor.
Well, we stopped. And usually the drunk ones are easy catch. So we waited. And, well, they weren't an easy
God,
catch.
I can't wait to
this
see
time.
how this is Casper's fault.
They weren't an easy catch this time. Because apparently they were waiting for us. I watched them snatch up my sister, and then me, and they hung us on the deck to dry. And she casts a sort of complicated look at Casper for a moment. Well, he came out of nowhere one day and cut us down. Just freed us, no questions asked. He was really scrawny, pretty dorky, and he helped us get back overboard. And I remember not understanding why he would help us. I mean, we definitely ate a few crew members before they got us. But he helped. And because of him, my sister's definitely alive. And, well, we ran back into him a few years later. Just me, actually, this time. And, well, he was in charge. Same vessel. Don't know what happened. Don't really care. But, I don't really care about human proceedings. They bore me, frankly.
Same.
But I could tell something was wrong. He was angry and fighting a few people on the deck. And they threw him off the ship. And he was hurt very badly. There's a lot of blood. And normally you eat the dying ones, to spare them. But I couldn't bring myself to do it.
To spare them.
So I'm not supposed to tell you this, but you saved my life. In our culture, you can't bring an outsider within our home. It's forbidden. It's a desecration of everything. If you were to do so and get caught, you would have to leave. And I valued my life, so I did the only thing I could. I claimed him as mine to take him within the walls and heal him. And I cared for him, I think maybe a month. He stayed down there with me. Maybe longer. And we got to know each other. And I really liked him. Loved him, actually. And we were promised to each other. And he agreed to it. And then he fucking left. I stayed at his side. And I healed him painstakingly. I kept all of my sisters and friends away from him because they wanted to eat him.
Oh, sis, you can't obligate somebody into being your boyfriend, though.
I'm just
And
saying.
I woke up one
loved
day.
you, yeah. Anyway.
I woke up one day, and I went to go check on him because he was healing wonderfully. And he was fucking gone. And it just... You all probably have no concept of how our culture works because we keep it very secret, but I'm approaching the age where I'm seen as unfit. And it just really hurt. I saw him one more time after that. He was sailing again, pretty much the same crew. And I was a little upset. Just a little. And so I sang, and he came to the edge of the railing, and then I tried to kill him. And it was a minor thing.
No, good for you.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody gets it. And
Renori shoots Raven like a very annoyed look.
And he just he wouldn't come back. And then after
Oh,
that,
wait, you
I
were trying to
Oh.
get him back
well,
instead of just trying to kill him.
I'm
You were
a
trying to be like,
little of both.
Whoa,
Him,
sis.
I asked him to come back. No, listen, I'm not explaining it well.
You asked him with an irresistible song, though.
No, I used the song to get him
to
to
get him to
listen.
come to you,
Yes.
and then
Hot, hot,
listen.
hot. Yeah,
Oh,
like in the television Netflix original series You.
And then
What?
I used him. I used the song to get him to come closer so I could explain.
You manipulated him into a conversation.
Well, when you say it like that,
Well, that's literally what it is.
regardless,
Sometimes when you say the
I
words
tr-
out loud before you do the things, it
I tr-
helps you think them through, and then you don't do them.
look, I guess it wasn't right, okay, but I was alone for a very long time, and I'm still alone. And in my culture, mates are everything. And I never had one. And I thought he was going to be mine, and then he left. And I tried to explain that to him. I was like, you don't have to stay. If you promise yourself to me and then go back out on the sea, it's fine. We'll work it out. And then he started to and left. And he climbed back onto his ship and just left me floating there. And
Oh, that's really sad for you.
Renori,
Look,
look,
I feel so
Okay.
many.
listen, I don't feel that way anymore. It fucking hurt. Okay? And you, Renori, it seems like you're just be careful. That's all I have to say.
Don't particularly care about your opinion about anything.
Okay. And she looks back towards like the stairs that go down.
do you know what's at the top of
Hold
this
up there,
place?
new friend. Yeah, there's we're here for something. You've been here a while. Maybe you know
Like, if
something.
we keep going up, are we going to run into anything that will try to kill us?
I don't know what's beyond this. I'm sorry. I just know that this is her domain, and that because you're here, she's going to be looking for you. But physically, no. I've been in that box, and the only time I would leave the box was when people like you would pass through.
You don't want to exact a pound of flesh from the person who tormented you for all those years? You don't want to come along?
I would love to tear her limb from limb.
Well, we're gonna
bones.
go do murder. So if you want to go do murder with us,
Yeah, but the thing is that revenge doesn't matter to me more than my life. I'm grateful to be alive.
we've got this. We're all.
I'm grateful to be
Look,
alive.
how bad is this person
I-
that we're dealing with?
I just spent a good portion of my life stuck in a box, and I don't know how long it was, and she condemned me to barely living. That's maybe a Tuesday for her. It's
Yeah,
bad.
to be fair,
Pretty bad.
there's one of you and there's like 7 of us. Like, you understand what I'm saying here. I'm just thinking, numbers advantage going into a fight. If we're gonna go beat this person to a pulp and take over their realm and take the stuff that we need from here to do the stuff, to do the things to complete the quest, then I think you should tag along. No?
I
Are you really about to invite Casper's ex into our...
do like those odds. when
You
put
are
it like
making
that.
a Faustus
But
veto. Veto.
I do sense that I'm not quite welcome. So, and she kind of she's got like her hands like hovering in front of her body. Like, if you wish for me to accompany you, I will. But I don't want to put you in a bad position.
How would you put us in a bad position by staying?
Well, for starters, 2 of your teammates are glaring at you like they want to shred you. And if I am very...
Can you tell me which one so I don't have to turn all the way around?
Renori and, I don't think Raven, you ever said your name. So Renori and, the
Oh,
tiefling.
Raven is more like, is this a good idea? Like, quizzical.
Well,
Squinting.
Renori is glaring at you very intently, and yeah.
All right. Well, after what you said, I mean, I don't think that we're all going to be best of friends, but I certainly don't think all of the blame lies with you and none with Casper here. So
here's what I'm gonna do.
You're both about equal in my mind as far as those things go. So I'll just as soon have you along as Casper at this point.
I'm going to switch over to Tide real quick.
If we run into any drunk sailors, you could be really an asset.
I'm gonna switch over to Tide. If y'all want to, like, I don't know, make a decision in the Discord or something, but just like when we come back to you, can you let me know if you want to let her come up with you or not? Let's just do that. Tide. So you fly over to the tree and you get a better look at it as you get close. It looks like, how to put this? It looks like almost like somebody put plaster over it. Like, it's very much well, roll me a perception check.
Okay, so I have to do the owl's perception, right?
Yeah, so you use the owl stats.
Okay. 18 plus 20, not nat.
Okay, so you yeah, it looks like it's been plastered almost, and then as you get closer you realize it's not plaster. In fact, it's stone. In fact, it's not stone. It appears to be taking the same texture as the coral that surrounds you. Like, it's definitely a tree. It looks like a tree. But there's this texture of the coral running throughout it. And this hole is literally almost U-sized. It's like pretty hefty, and very dark within. And as you're looking into it, you don't see anything. And then
I do have dark vision as an owl.
I know.
Okay.
And then you do hear a little and it appears to be coming from within.
So Tide is going to, as the owl, perch onto like the hole, the opening of the hole, and try to look down, but he's not going to go like all the way in it.
Okay. Can you do a Constitution saving throw, please?
Sure can. It's a 6.
Cool. Something very upsetting is about to happen to you. And we're friends. And I just, we're playing a game. So, you land on this to get a better look within the hole. And, your entire form turns to stone. in fact, the same material that the tree is made out of. You are petrified. You cannot speak. You still retain full use of your sight, although it is pointed forwards, and your ears on the side of your owl form. But you are now petrified, wings slightly open for balance on the perch of this tree.
But I didn't see anything else, correct?
No, you just heard the
Okay.
noise, and in fact, as you land and that happens, you hear a little like a scuttling, and then another little like. And then emerging from the little darkness in front of you, you have to kind of like, because you can't move your head, you have to kind of like look down your beak. But you see a ghost crab scuttle sideways up out of the tree, and then he kind of like shuffles awkwardly, like rotate to face you, and he sees like his little eye stalks, and he goes, "Oh dear, this is quite a pickle."
Oh no.
Huh. And he reaches out a little claw, and he kind of like, "Oh, huh. Are you? Oh, you're petrified, so you can't answer me. Well, I'll just introduce myself, and then we can figure out how to get you free. Hi," and he waves a little claw. "My name is Wesley. This is my home. I would get. Hold on, I can give you a tour. You're just gonna have to work with me, okay?" And he scuttles back down into the hole, and then he like, you hear some grunts of like exertion, and then with his claw he like pulls a little shell, like a conch shell almost, but like a small one, up to you, and he goes, "Okay, so this is my favorite shell. My mom gave it to me when I was really, really little, so that if a bird ever came by, I could hide in it. And you're a bird, but I'm not very scared of you because you're not moving. So this is my shell." And then he goes, and he pushes it back down, and he comes back, he goes, "That's everything I own. So this wasn't a really long tour. I may figure out how to fix you. Okay? Yeah." And then he goes back down into the little hole. Going back to everybody else.
It's literally a tied creature, and he's frozen and can't say anything.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So going back to everybody else, have we made a decision about Nyrene?
Yeah, I mean, there are more apparent cons to taking her, maybe, so we're not gonna take her.
Okay.
But
Okay. So
Faustus, how do you feel about it?
There's a question on Faustus' mind. Are there any downsides to letting her just sort of bounce?
I mean,
I don't know.
okay,
I would say probably Faustus would probably try to pull Casper aside and ask him,
Okay.
what is her deal? Is it safe to let her go?
safe to like
You
let
know
her
her.
leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she eats people.
You could
She's a sea monster that eats the people.
She
She talks about it like it's Sunday brunch.
I mean, if you asked cows whether or not to let a human go, would they not say the same thing?
Just ask Gary Larson and all of the Far Side comics.
You can pull Casper's idea. So he's kind of still like he's been very quiet since this all happened. You're able to just pull him aside.
Hyde, we don't know where you are. I saw you in chat. We know you flew away and then got petrified.
Yeah, you just know Tide just flew away and has not come back.
Renora was like,
So
Could we see him petrified in front of the hole?
I
in
will
the
ask
tree?
you about that in a second, but I want to finish
Okay.
this conversation real quick. Faustus, you have
Mhm.
Casper aside.
All right, you know this Nyreen person.
I do.
Obviously, you have a history here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest. That story was honestly just kind of boring, and it's not interesting to me at all. What is interesting to me is the part where she was talking about just sort of eating people on the fly for fun. And I'm wondering, based on your knowledge of her, is it safe to let her go free? Are we going to come back to an empty ship with all of your crew gone because she's lured them into the sea and eaten them all the way down to the bones?
I mean, knowing her, she's not cruel.
Except for the part where she's eating the people.
I mean, think about it, Faustus. It's her diet.
There's other things in the sea that don't have the high functioning ability to reason that we do.
I'm not a siren. I don't know everything about sirens, but what I do know is from my time with her is that they eat living flesh, mostly humans. There's some sort of religious reason for it, I think.
That sort of sets us at odds, does it not? It's sort of a cosmic way.
All I have to say...
Sort of a predator-prey relationship has been established.
She's not cruel.
That doesn't concern me so much as the eating of the people part.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting at. Her beef is with me. If I was back on that ship and you let her go, yeah, probably she'd fuck some shit up, okay? But
okay, that's my question. Which at that point,
she doesn't hunt for sport. She doesn't hunt for sport.
Even if she doesn't hunt for sport, if her primary diet is human beings,
okay, I don't know
how I might have a problem with this.
I'm floundering with this as Casper, like, because he wouldn't know to make this analogy because he's smart dumb. So from DM to player, it's like how vampires could live on animal blood instead of person blood, but it would be wholly unsatisfying and very upsetting.
Do you know what we do with vampires when we find them? We catch them in their boxes and we stake them in the heart.
I'm just saying.
Because they feed on people.
But they sparkle in the sunlight.
Thank you, Sarah. I didn't realize we were anti-vampire.
Okay, I won't be your spider monkey.
No.
Jesus Christ, how dare you?
So, yeah.
How dare you? I don't want to think about having seen that film.
So, that's...
Okay, but the baseball part is unironically one of the best scenes in cinema history.
The baseball part is pretty good. But coming back, that's basically what Casper's trying to get at with you, Faustus, is she's not going to go, like, from his experience with her, she's not going to go, like, hunt and kill them for sport. Even if she's hungry, she'll probably just pass by. Like, if anything, the only person she'd seek out to harm would be him if she was still angry, and he's right here.
Yeah, but we're gonna be back on that ship with him later.
Faustus did not ask him that.
Look, Casper, can I level with you a bit?
Sure.
I've noticed you seem to be sort of plagued by a lot of enemies. You know, a way to keep that from happening, sort of the Batman paradox is what I refer to it as, is if you never kill your enemies, they always show back up again. See, I always kill my enemies, Casper. Do you see people hunting me down every moment of every day?
Trust me, I've killed plenty.
Faustus, unburden your... not Faustus.
I
Casper, unburden yourself.
Nyreen's not my enemy. She's mad at me, and I get it, but she's not my enemy. In fact, this is the first time I've seen her in years. Like, she's not my enemy, okay? It's complicated. I've moved past that. I have plenty of other enemies that I've dispatched of thoroughly. She's not my enemy.
Right. This is going to be one of those things. I'd like us to put a pin in this conversation. And sometime down the line, I strongly suspect you're going to be on the ground, and there's going to be a mermaid woman on top of you. Her name is going to be an Irene, and she's going to have a claw at your throat, and I'm going to look at you. And I'm going to have a moment where I could throw a dagger and I could end it. I could end her and save your life, and I'm going to say, I told you so, and let her kill you. We're just going to put a pin in that. That is all.
I would not love to have another woman on top of me, considering I'm in a committed relationship, but I see where you're headed with that, and it's not going to happen. Let's put a pin in it. And Casper's going to walk back to rejoin the group. Can everybody do me a perception check, please?
Oh, that's scary.
22.
12.
Okay.
12 as well.
Okay.
Me too. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no.
As the-
Tide, you don't need to. No, this is about you.
I figured.
Sorry. Do you
He's like,
perceive
can I
yourself?
see myself?
No. Okay, so Raven, you're the one that sees him. So Renori and Faustus, you give the room another scan. There's nothing really in here but this tree, but you don't really take any other details. And Raven, you notice that there's this hole in the tree, right? There's now a mass in the tree that looks kind of like a bird.
Yeah, so Raven is gonna like try doing a head count real quick. She's just like, okay, like, everybody's here, you know, and then she's just like, wait, I turned into a bird, and like she looks up, sees the petrified bird, and out loud goes, someone better fucking tell me that that is not tied as a stone bird right now up in the tree.
And we're gonna take a break. Yeah. You guys can go. I'm gonna say a few words, but we're gonna take a really quick break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you guys so much if you're here, and you guys can like go pee if you have to pee and everything. Like this
Go
is
piss,
just me
girl.
saying, yeah, I could. This is me saying streamer words, by the way. Thank you so much if you've been here. Appreciate it. Everybody who donated to the Ko-Fi to help me get this set up, that's awesome of you. You're wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to do a few things. If you haven't seen it already, because I keep forgetting to talk about it, we have a Chaos Bar. In theory, if I've set it up correctly, but I will be watching my Ko-Fi as well. If you donate to my Ko-Fi while we're live and you fill the bar, you unlock a special surprise. I have a ton of things up my sleeve that will be random. So every time the bar gets filled, we are going to roll a d20 and we're going to see what happens and see what chaos can spice up our lives. As always, tips are never necessary. If you want to, you can. We are also a big fan of subbing off Twitch until Twitch, because some of you in chat have probably been seeing what's been going on. Until Twitch steps up to protect its creators, we don't want to give them money. If you prefer to support through Twitch, that's completely fine, and it is deeply appreciated. But if you'd like to sub off Twitch, that's a really good way to help us out. Also, I think I have a fan house command. Do I? Yeah! I am also on fan house. If you would like to sub to the fan house, you can get some exclusive content. I'm actually going to be posting something about this section after we finish the session and kind of breaking down some behind the scenes stuff. If you use the code Stormborn in all caps, you will get your first month free. So yeah, you can come hang out. And all right, I'm gonna go and take a. Okay. Oh, we got petrified owl. Okay, thanks. I don't know why the bar didn't fill up, but thank you for the 20. I'm gonna fix the bar because I think it might have to be through. I might have to manually update it myself. Thank you for that. I'm gonna go get something to drink, and we will be back in a few minutes.
Oh, Raven's so hot.
And everything's back where it's supposed to be. So true, Raven is very hot. I gotta turn the music off, because that's a lot. Hold on. We're working on it. I'm still not used to operating on one monitor yet, but I'm getting the hang of it. So, welcome back. I have to fix the chaos bar because it's not very happy about me using it.
Oh no.
Yeah. Cool. I don't know how to update it. We have $20 on that. I will add the $20 after stream. Let me start writing it down. That would be smart. Blank page. Cool. All right. So, real quick before we jump back into it, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's been here. Our new mode is probably going to be 10-minute follower only. So if you follow and you want to stick around for the 10 minutes and you want to say hi, that would be awesome. But it's just another way we're trying to keep streams safe because Twitch won't. So yeah, I appreciate you guys for understanding and then also not making a big deal about all the freaking bans that are happening. So, to bring us back to where we were, Raven has just noticed Tide as a petrified bird in this little, like, dip, like the hole in the tree. Renori and Faustus, you have not noticed this. You just doing a periphery scan of the room now that Nyreen is gonna dip. You have indicated that this is the preferred outcome. So Nyreen, understanding between the animosity and Faustus's concern about her diet, she sort of nods. She thanks you. Well, character roleplay. Thank you. I understand. Just thank you. You've freed me from something truly terrible, and I wish you great luck. If anyone can do it, it would be you. Just be careful. And she, with like a slight incline to the head, spins on her heel and makes her way back down to the stairs.
Actually, if I could get just a tad bit more from you. If you want to eat people, honestly, I could care less. I don't typically moralize this much. But if you would do me the favor of just asking them if their surname is Finch first.
Finch, you said?
Yes.
I can do that. You know what? Just and she looks like down at her hand, and she's wearing this like small ring. She's actually wearing 2 rings. One of them, it looks like it's fashioned from stone, like a light colored stone, and it's got that sort of similar swirl that she had like on her throat, but this one looks more like the outline of a conch shell versus just a swirl. And she takes it off. The other ring is silver with a small twisting band that leads up to like a small green gem. And that one sits on her middle finger, and she leaves that one on. So she takes the stone ring off and she hands it out to you in her palm, and she says, if I ever find someone with that name, this would let me alert you that I've found them. A small favor, I suppose, to repay you for what you've done.
Emily. Bye, Emily.
Brought a gift of some kind. All right. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
You saved my life. It's the least I can do.
Yep.
And then she backs up a couple steps looking at all of you. She gives one more resounding thank you and inclines her head and heads towards the stairs to leave.
Invisible mage hand. I want to take that other ring.
Oh my god.
Alright, roll sleight of hand.
He's
It's the stretching for me though.
I'm nervous. That is a 21 sleight of hand.
Okay. As her hand kind of swings back, you time the mage hand perfectly and twist the ring off of her finger. And as she goes forward, the ring comes back to you, and it is now in your hand. Okay. And she goes to leave.
What did you just add to your inventory?
I'm gonna repeat the thing I said.
Faustus, can you really quickly do me a perception check, please?
I sure can. Mm-hmm.
Actually, do investigation.
Yep.
What's up, Raven? While he's doing that.
Did I already point out that Tide is a stone bird?
This is gonna come after this, just
Okay.
for clean for narrative storyline. What's the number?
That is a 19.
Okay, so you're able to get a quick but good look at it before you pocket it. So like I had said, the silver band, although thin, is like two intertwining pieces of silver that come up to form the actual ring bit that sits on the finger, and then this little green gem that sits in like almost like a silver flower that's made for it to sit in. And you get a good look at the gem, and it kind of pulses as it enters your possession. And you pocket it. You can just put ring in your possession. Actually, you know what? I should tell you. Put engagement ring in your possession.
Oh, yeah?
Well, he has 2 rings, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the
So
one
you
he
have
stole was
for
the engagement
one you
ring.
can put the one that you stole, write engagement ring, and for the other one, write call ring. Then you can put like Nyrene's name next to the call ring if it helps, remember what it was for. Yeah. And for everybody, because I love naming my NPCs things and not telling you how to spell them, this is how you spell Nyrene's name. It is Nyreen.
Oh, look that one up.
Yeah,
I spelled that right!
It's a name with a lot of letters, so...
I just meant Irene with an N.
Not quite.
Come on,
To be fair,
Nyreen.
I know a Nyreen in person, and that's how she spells her name. So.
Come on, Nyreen. Your engagement ring's keen.
Nice.
And I stole it.
And it's yours now.
I mage handing.
Oh, we didn't get a... Hold on. Wait. F mage hand. Let's go. So.
Okay. Now Raven is he pipes up like, don't fucking tell me that is tied as a petrified owl in front of that hole in the tree.
You all turn and see exactly what she just described.
I think that's exactly what that is.
Fucking okay.
Tide. You hear their voices behind you, like there's a lull in conversation, then they pick up again and sound kind of upset. But you're at quite a distance from them, so you can't really make out what they're saying. But you do see in front of you, Wesley scuttles back up and he goes, I'm not really qualified to fix this. Okay. And he kind of taps his claw against you again. He goes, oh wow, you're really petrified. Well, I guess I could just keep you company until someone comes to save you. I hope someone comes to save you. Do you want to hear a story? Oh, you can't answer that. Oh no.
I'm
sorry. You guys are probably approaching the tree by now.
Yeah, so you said there was a spiral staircase that like goes on the outside of the room. Is there like a way that there's a part of the staircase that faces where Tide is?
What do you mean? Like where you could
Like
look down at him?
like where you would be like on the same level of where Tide is.
No. If you want to be on the
Yeah.
same level of where Tide is, you just walk up to the tree.
Oh.
It's like a hole in the tree, like right. Yeah, it's like it'd probably be like a little bit above where your head is. It's like right in the tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all right then.
Okay.
I thought it was like way up there.
Oh no! It's like in the trunk of the tree. There's a hole.
Okay.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if like this is a spell that's been put on him or something?
Oh yeah, you may.
Okay. Ooh, math is so hard. 21.
Okay.
21.
So before that, so you, Renori, Raven, Faustus, do me perception check, please.
Great. Things you never want to hear your DM say. Natural 20
Nice.
for a
I'm
24. For a 24.
24. Okay.
Dirty 20.
Nice. Okay. Dirty 20. Faustus.
Nice, clean 14.
Nice. Okay. As you all approach the tree, you see something white flash, like around Tide's form, in the little darkness there. You see a tiny, not tiny, but like ghost crab. It's maybe like this big, body wise, with his little legs, and he's got eye stalks coming up. Whatever. Imagine like a Pixar style ghost crab. Like he probably doesn't look like a. Yeah, like if Pixar were to make a ghost
Cutest.
crab,
Oh my god.
they are already quite cute. But if Pixar were to make one, like that's kind of what we're picturing here. And he's more, instead of like, because ghost crabs are, for anybody that's not seen one, they're rather small and blocky with 2 eye stalks and then little pinchy claws, and their shells are like yellow with a white body to blend into the sand. He's more of like really pale white to almost translucent, like playing on the name ghost crab.
This color.
Yeah, he's shiny. So you see a ghost crab about this big, duck down and put his little claws above his head, and he's shaking.
Sorry, he put his claw above his head and
like
did
he's
what?
like he's hiding, like he's shaking.
Oh.
Renori, that Arcana check. So you do see Tide, and you're taking a good look at Tide when you happen to glance at Wesley, but here's the knowledge that comes to you before you acknowledge that. So Tide is petrified. You can probably guess a number of things. Excuse me, that might have done that, but the thing about this is that it looks non-painful. Like, there are different types of petrification that can occur magically. This looks like he was more encased in stone versus, like, his nerves were turned off or anything like that. Yeah.
So would I, through my understanding, know that casting Dispel Magic would be a good idea?
You don't think it's a bad idea.
Okay, I'll cast.
But also, you don't think it's a bad idea. But also, it might not work because of the type of spell that this might be. This is
not
more
with the spell slot yet.
this is more of a, so like Dispel Magic might work, right? Because this is a magical effect and you can discern that. But this is also like a status condition is involved, like this has happened to him, so it might make more sense to approach this as like from that angle, like more medicinal versus trying to brute force the magic.
Ooh, that
away.
ain't me, bestie. I am not medicinal.
That's what comes to mind as you're analyzing him. That's
okay.
Yeah.
I'll relay all of that information to the people.
Okay. Do I see the crab?
Yeah.
Okay. Raven is going to like do her best to like go up to this crab, and she's just like, are you You're okay. Like, we won't hurt you.
Oh, hi. I really thought you couldn't see me. Okay. And he turns like, he kind of has to scuttle, because crabs move like sideways, so he scuttles so that he's facing away from you, and he goes, okay, Wesley, you prepared for this. Deep breath. Okay. And then he scuttles to turn back around, and he goes, hi, my name is Wesley. This is my tree. If you're here, you're probably on an adventure. So good luck. Yeah. You want to see the shell I have? I have a really cool shell. I'm gonna go get it. And he starts scuttling down into
What's
this.
happening? What's happening here?
Emotionally, like, sane enough to handle how cute this is, because I already cried in my car about how cute those illustrations of baby king shark are.
Yes, I know
Earlier
exactly what you're
today.
talking about.
So,
Yeah.
like, this is just in case okay, anyway, those are so cute. You should look them up.
Wesley comes back and he's like he pulls this little conch shell and pushes it so that he can present it to you as best as he can around Tide's body. He's just like, this is my shell. Wait, something more important is happening. Wesley, you come on. And then he pushes the shell away. He goes, is this your friend? Your friend's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Your friend's in trouble. And I don't know how to save him.
Thank you for trying, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I really appreciate it.
I didn't want anything to happen to him. I mean, it would suck if that was me, because, like, I live here, and he came in and I was like, whoa, you're petrified. And, yeah.
Has this ever happened before?
Oh, yeah, a lot. In fact, like, all the time.
What happened to those people?
Well, I don't get to see much because Mom told me not to leave my tree, but from what I get to see, they come in, right? And then they're like, wow, what a cool tree. And I'm like, thanks, because I live here. And then they come up and they touch the tree, and then they turn to stone. And then they disappear.
So don't touch the tree is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty cool tree. I'd want to touch it.
If I touch it, I'll probably turn to stone too,
Oh, definitely,
right?
yeah.
Okay. And they disappear?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, overnight, they just aren't in the room anymore, so... Mom probably does it. I don't know.
Your mom is still here?
Yeah, she's somewhere. She comes and visits sometimes.
Okay, cool. Is your mom as nice as you to strangers?
I don't know how she is to strangers, but she's nice to me.
She's not nice to strangers.
Well, that's...
So how do you think she would react to us being here?
Well, did you touch her stuff?
I don't think so.
No.
Then she'd probably, she'd probably be fine. Do you want to... I mean, I don't know if she's around, but...
What's her stuff?
Now Renori raising her hand. What's up, Renori?
Renori is going to, like, tap Raven on the shoulder, like, having been listening to this, and be like, listen, I hate Nyreen, but she did say that the person who is nefarious, their domain is water. That's a crab. That's a water creature. And it could very well be calling this nefarious person its mother. Especially if the crab said that its mother is not nice to strangers. It's just a gut feeling that I'm getting.
So, what is your mom's stuff? Like,
pretty much everything.
Inside the tower?
Yeah.
Including people?
Well...
So innocent?
I don't think you're her stuff, cause... But... Anything that... Yeah, if it's... Yeah.
So
it's
if
in
it
a
was
box, like let's say it was in a box with a lock on it.
Then
Would that probably be her stuff?
Mhm.
Yeah, I would think so, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay, well, I guess I'm
Ooh.
gonna try and cast Dispel Magic.
Hey, little crab,
Mm-hmm.
little crab fellow.
My name's Wesley.
Wesley, was it? Wesley, was it?
Yes.
Your mom. When's she coming home? Oh God, that was a creepy question.
I don't
like
know.
that
Girl.
at all.
I don't know. She goes out for a while and then she doesn't come back. But then she always comes
Wesley.
back with presents. So
Wesley, how old are you in crab years? Like, comparative to like human years, I need some help here.
I don't know.
Are you a little boy, Wesley? Are you a small boy, a small defenseless boy?
Yes, in crab years,
What?
he's
That
a
was-
small.
God-
he's
God
a
damn it.
little boy.
God
Oh,
damn
sis,
it.
remember when you said that the other question was creepy? Yeah, I
Yeah,
think we
that one
swapped
was
There
it.
were
also
better
creepy.
ways.
There was
phrase.
better. There's...
Mm-hmm.
Renori is gonna turn to Tessa
Okay.
and say, are you able to get tied out of this status condition at all?
I think so. Just one moment. And she steps up to kind of take a better look at what's going on in Tide's world. Tide, you're hearing all this, by the way. I mean, you can't, like, really respond in your current condition or move or anything, but, like, just so you know, you're hearing all of this. You're just not seeing it. You're just really seeing Wesley's reactions to what's happening.
Is there any way that I can, like, lift Tide off of the tree? Would that be a bad idea?
I mean, if you want to try.
No. I don't like that answer.
I mean,
I also don't like your face after you said that.
You can, I mean, you can try, yeah.
You can certainly
How
try.
big is Tide?
He's
Right now.
Wow, rude question.
Like-
Damn.
How big are he's like a giant owl. I believe off the top of my head that's the standard D&D owl.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
they're.
So, like,
Well,
Mage Hand
like,
would not be able to pick
He
him
weighs
up?
more than 10 pounds.
Okay, cool, never mind.
Oh.
What if me
my
and Faustus both tried to simultaneously cast Mage Hand
Approximately
for
30
20
pounds.
Damn it.
Approximately 40, yeah. It's, my Streamlabs is
Approximately
frozen.
400. It is considered a large beast, which means it takes up a 10 by 10 square on a combat grid.
Oh, no,
God.
that's a true giant owl. That's not what you are.
Is it a giant? I thought you said you were a giant owl.
Yeah, but giant owls in like the owl itself, not like a fantasy. Because the giant owl that you're looking at is like literally somebody just made a big old bird. That's not the stat block you use. You just use a normal owl, and then you can pick what like breed you are.
Well, but aren't you you're a druid, right? And you're 8th level.
Yeah, yeah, he
The
is.
a giant owl is only challenge 1/4. I think it is available.
Oh, I mean, if you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then never mind.
It depends on the druid subtype, I guess.
Okay.
But-
Yeah, I can do up to 1.
I'm
yeah, you
so
can do up to
sorry.
CR1. So
So you're
Kristen's
beefy.
face right now.
I
big-
know.
that is a big owl.
And I don't know why
It never
it's-
freezes on a flattering face for me, ever.
and
I
don't
think that's a
know
very
why
flattering
it's-
face. It shows a
I
lot of
think-
character.
That it's the perfect reaction image.
I don't know
Thanks.
why it's freezing. It's upsetting. There we go.
Screenshot it now while you can.
Okay.
That's dumb.
I fixed
it.
it somehow.
Don't worry, I
That's-
screenshot
that's
it.
just fun. Yes.
So,
You photographed me without my consent? That's appropriation of likeness. I'm gonna sue you.
Oh
Sue
Okay.
me for every
God.
penny.
not on my channel.
Not on my Christian Minecraft server.
Okay, so you go. All right. Ooh.
Tessa,
Hold
What's
on.
the opposite of Christian Minecraft server? Like satanic Roblox?
Yeah. That's yeah.
Sorry.
Satanic Terraria. Which is basically it already is. With all the corruption and the hell dimension shit.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta do something for.
Wall of flesh. God.
Nice. Okay,
It was
so
spooky.
so Tessa steps forward, and she takes a
Satanic
deep
Call of
breath
Duty.
and exhales, and you see the like she kind of like lifts her arms out to sit sort of like this, but a little bit out from her body. You can't really see it because of my banner, but sort of like this, but a little bit out from her body. And as she does, the tattoos that mark her arms and legs start to glow, and then they lift off of her body in droplets, like in the same shape but in water. And then that water glows golden, and she's murmuring under her breath as she does, and then the water surges forward into this glowing orb, and then she leans forward and presses her forehead to it, and then it like explodes outward, catching Tide with droplets, and these droplets like splatter gently against his form, and you see like the little droplets on him, and then you see as the water runs down, they leave flesh, like his flesh and feathers, in their wake, and the water keeps going and going and going until finally, Tide, you are relieved of petrification. And then the remaining water from this orb drops to the floor, and then it is like absorbed down into the ground.
I know
Flap
this isn't the
off
time.
the tree, so I don't have to worry about landing on it again.
Okay.
I know this isn't the time, but you're so cool and impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and sorry. Anyway,
Remember how nice we were to you when your mom gets back.
God.
Speaking of that, you don't have any way to like call or alert your mother if something were to go wrong here, do you?
I mean, I don't
It might come in handy.
know if... Well, are you planning on hurting me?
No.
No, I'm just asking if you can call your mom. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking if you have a way to call in an emergency, or if you're stuck here all alone, defenseless.
Yeah, if you wanted to talk to her, I could call her.
All of our names and faces. No, don't. I think we're all right for now.
Okay, well, if you change your mind,
now.
let me know. I think she'd be really happy to meet you. She's always telling
Do you know...
Hmm?
Do you know what she's up to this afternoon? Shopping?
No, I don't. She, like I said, she just kind of goes and then she comes back with stuff. Yeah. She's always telling me to make friends, though. So, I mean, I made friends, so this is cool.
What?
He gives
When
you a
you
little
say
crab thumbs up.
mom, is she also a crab?
No. Or if she is, she's a really weird looking crab. I don't know. I don't get to see many crabs here.
So she doesn't look like you.
She doesn't look like me.
Does she look like more like any of us? Like a
Kind
person with
of.
arms and legs?
Kind of, yeah.
I don't think it's his actual mom, you guys. Sorry.
Tessa leans over.
Wow,
like,
judgy.
I think we gathered. Yeah.
Wow, that was real Tide energy right there.
One of us has to pick it up.
Tide is gonna fly up, but stay far enough away from the tree.
Okay.
And I would like to do. I guess I don't know if it's perception or insight, but
What are
I
you
want to
doing?
scan. I want to scan the room to see if there's anything else noteworthy before we even try to go up the steps.
Investigation.
Okay. Okay. So investigation. What is investigation part of?
That is, I want to say, wisdom?
Investigation is in.
It's either intelligence or wisdom.
It's intelligence.
It's intelligence. I'm a good DM that knows things.
It's okay. I also looked it up.
11.
Cool. So, not that you can see. No.
Could I ask? Oh, I was gonna ask Wesley something. I completely forgot. Oh yeah, Wesley.
Hmm?
Do you explore beyond the tree a lot? Like, do you
No.
leave your tree? So you have no idea what's
Not
up
even
the
a little bit.
stairs? Cool. Have you ever
So-
lived outside of this tower?
No.
Wesley, I know we're grilling you with a lot of questions. I'm sure we'll be done very soon.
It's okay. I don't really get to talk to people, so this is fun for me.
Yeah, you don't, but you said your mom tells you to make friends, and you've made friends, you've had people come here before, but I don't see anybody here, so what I'm hearing is that all of your friends that come here get turned to stone and then they disappear by the next morning. Is that right?
No. No. Some people.
You have friends who are not turned to stone.
Well,
and disappear
sometimes
overnight.
my friends go upstairs and then they don't come back down. And then sometimes my friends get here and then they're like, "It's nice to meet you, Wesley. You're really cool." And I'm like, "Thanks. You're really cool too." And then they don't come back either. And then sometimes
Wild, dude. Thanks.
Yeah. Are you going upstairs? Can I come?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I never
I-
get
Oh,
to leave my
oh.
tree, and I really want to
Oh.
explore.
Will your
Yikes,
mom
kiddo.
know if you leave your
You're
tree?
a minor and we don't have parental consent, so I'm afraid it's gonna have to be a no from us, pal.
Those were a lot of big words, and I don't know what they mean, but no, she doesn't really watch where I am all the time. She just kind of comes and goes. I don't know. I don't think she really pays attention to me, which kind of isn't cool.
I think
I just
you might
Petrify
be.
people.
I think you might actually be safer if you don't come with us. Because it sounds like we might have to fight some stuff soon, and I wouldn't want you getting hurt. Because I especially don't want to make your mom angry.
I want to come.
Oh, and on that note, what do you say? What do you say we just keep our being here just a secret, just between us friends?
Yeah, that's fine.
What if I promise to try to keep you safe, Wesley?
Secrets
Raven.
are lots of fun. Secrets never hurt no one.
Raven kind of is like immediately slightly regretting taking responsibility for this crab child.
Yeah, if I'm really strong, like super strong, and he does like a crab flex. So
Gross.
yeah, if you
He's an arthropod. There's no muscle flexing.
Just
He's just
listen,
his little
that's-
shell. His
we're
little shell
living-
membranes are just.
we are living in a Pixar reality. Let the ghost crab flex. And he's, yeah, it'd be really cool. I promise. I'll be super helpful and nice, and I just want to see something that's not my tree.
I mean, I'm just saying that we do already have a worm with us. A really big one.
All right, relax.
Raven just sticks her hand out wordlessly, like not touching the tree, but like enough so that Wesley could like hop onto it. And she just offered.
He
Hold up there, friend. Do we know for sure that touching him doesn't petrify you?
He scuttles
Because
to the edge of the tree, and then he kind of reaches out sideways,
Mage hand.
like his legs.
mage hand
What are
Mage
you-
hand on the palm of her hand, so that he can't touch it.
Okay, he just, steps his legs out onto the mage hand, and he goes, "Your hand is really weird and not solid.
It lifts up, goes back 3 feet, and deposits him back in the hole.
Hey!
I didn't do that. Raven now casts Mage Hand to like pick him back up and like bring Wesley like close to her, but she's not touching him.
Okay, this is really strange, but
It's a magical hand.
how does it work?
Magic.
Yeah.
Does it have fingers?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's really cool."
it's pretty cool.
And he just kind of settles down in the mage hand.
All right. Uh,
Faustus is pressed right now.
I guess
But he
this
is
is happening.
impassive and stares forward, and throughout this whole interchange has not moved at all because his mage hand no longer has somatic or verbal components. So he just stands there, and stuff just happens around him.
Renori's gonna look up at Tide, who's flying in the air, and go, do you want to join us again, please? Please, please, Tide.
Tide, the owl shakes its head at you.
Pride really
Hi.
was sort of, I guess he really is sort of the baking soda of the group. You really need him in there, or it starts to,
Yep. Yep.
you know what I'm saying?
Renori literally just
No, I
begs
don't.
Tide to
Finish
come
the
back.
thought. Finish the thought, Jake. I dare you.
Nothing. No. It's all good.
Anyway.
Renori. Oh, okay. Yep.
Anyway, so you have acquired Wesley.
Perhaps. Yeah.
I required a Wesley.
Um,
That's cool.
so now you have Wesley.
Renori's gonna
Tide is
start
free.
walking up the stairs, by the way.
Okay. All right.
You hear Faustus muttering to himself, you know, having the pet was kind of my thing. And that seems like that's kind of over now, so I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you invented owning animals.
Stop.
Do you hear that, little guy? She thinks she owns you.
I
And
don't.
then
I'm
he
just
walks
saying.
away.
I'm just saying. I don't own you,
That
Wesley. You are
setup,
your own
though.
being.
Okay. I mean, I don't really understand what that means, but okay.
Yeah, so I'm going up the stairs.
Anybody else going up the stairs?
Yes.
Everybody else, basically.
I will note Renori is not walking next to Casper, like, at all.
Okay. Casper's probably trailing behind you.
Yeah. We're ignoring
What's Tessa's
him.
reaction to Raven having Wesley, if I may ask?
She's been kind of staring at him like, ever since he like popped out. And when you take him, do insight.
Cool. 16 plus 7 is
23.
23. Yes, I got there eventually.
You've noticed her like sneaking little glances at you, and you kind of like adjust yourself so you can get a better view of her face while appearing like casual. She seems like really endeared right now.
Okay, so Raven will kind of lift Wesley over to Tessa with the mage hand and just be like, "This is Tessa."
Hi. And he waves the claw. I'm Wesley. And she looks down at him like, hello, I am Tessa, and you are delightful. You've introduced them, and it's very wholesome.
Yes, and like we're just like holding Wesley in our cuteness
This is
and stuff,
adorable.
like as we walk up the stairs.
This is really cute. Okay, so everyone's going up the stairs. Can I have everybody except for Tide make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Oh, hell.
I'm so good at that.
Okay, maybe not
One.
horrible.
And we have one, two, we have 3 NPCs.
Oh,
knew
thank
that.
God. Oh, thank God. I thought I rolled a 1. It's a 7. 8. That's still bad, but it's not a 1.
Okay, wait, so give me totals, please.
8.
8,
16.
16. Faustus.
22.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Renori. You are charging up the stairs, and you are kind of like you're just going. And there are a few boughs of the tree that sort of stretch up here, and you blow past them, no issue.
The power of rage.
Raven, that was an 8, wasn't it? So Raven, you and Tessa are making your way up. Tessa's behind you. You're heading up. Casper's in front of you, and then Renori. Casper also is just walking up. He's keeping a careful distance between like her and then also you. And you're walking up and you glance down at Wesley because he is, so you have mage hand, right? And it's a hand. And the fingers are sort of like splayed, and he crawls up and he's got like his little legs up here, and he's just like looking out as you guys are going up, and you glance down at him like, "Aww," and then you're still staring at him and still staring at him because you have stopped moving as your leg brushes one of these boughs as you pass up the staircase, and your feet turn to stone relatively quickly, and then it's crawling up the rest of you. You have about 5 seconds.
So I look down, realize that I'm
She's falling?
turning.
She's not falling, she's turning to stone.
I'm
She's turning to
noticing,
stone.
and I'm like, oh fuck, and that's what I say.
That's your 5 seconds. Okay, so
Yeah.
Faustus, as you Tide, you see all of, like, this progression as they're coming up the stairs, by the way, because you're kind of in the air, and we're gonna come to you in a second. So Faustus, in front of you, so you see you hear Raven go, oh fuck, and then she is a Raven statue, and Tessa, like, oh! Like,
God.
Shit, fuck, and then she like turns to look, and she's like, okay, and I'm gonna try to, Faustus, she's okay, I don't, and she looks like she's like, Tessa's starting to panic, basically.
All right, let's think this through. We can we can do this dispel magic again. Somebody's got dispel magic, right?
I
All the
didn't
spell
hear.
slots aren't gone, are they?
Hold on, I think I can, maybe, hold on, and she, hyperventilating, does sort of the same thing that she did earlier, and but her tattoos after she did that did not return. She, come on, and her breathing starts to slow, and instead of water, this time it's light, and it comes from her body. And it just sort of comes, like, flows out of like her chest, her torso, and gathers in the air, and the same sort of thing happens, and she touches her forehead to this orb as she's muttering, and then she extends her hands and it drifts out to you, Raven, and it comes into contact with your chest, and then as the light dissipates, you see Raven's like skin, and then it starts to spread like up towards your head and then down, so your head becomes uncovered, and you're able to take in like a and you're starting to unpetrify as quickly as you were.
Ooh. So how do we get petrified again?
Touching the tree
Mm-hmm.
at all. Roots. Anything, it seems like.
There's a branch.
She ran into a branch.
So as soon as her arms are free, she like kind of like reaches and kind of grabs Tessa's like shoulders and like holds her face, and she's just like, "Are you okay? Like that didn't hurt you, did it?" Like casting the spell to.
She looks tired.
Okay.
No, no, I'm alright. Are you
Raven?
okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. And then she tries to like maneuver her shoulder and arm so like Tessa could like lean on her.
Yeah, it's probably coming down to about like your waistline right now, so you're able to do some awkward leaning without contact. Yeah. Faustus, as quickly this unfolded. You witnessed this unfold. Tide, you as well. Renora, you are pretty much almost at the top of these stairs, so we're gonna catch up with you in 1 second about what you see. Boomstick is, because I forgot about her. Boomstick is back with you, Faustus.
All right.
Question, Tide, you're still flying around like a bird, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm really glad Tide is not walking on the stairs. Just remembering Tide bumping into me while dancing. So it's a good
Ty,
choice.
what do you want to do? Because you've been kind of hovering as they're going up the stairs. Do you want to fly up to where Renori is to go up? Or what are you thinking?
Yeah, I want to basically fly up as high as I can without touching any of the branch, like following them along the staircase, kind of,
Okay.
I would imagine, parallel.
Yeah.
Um, and I would like to go up as high as I can without touching any of the branches, and then land once I've gotten to that point.
Wait,
And
so
then
when you... I'm sorry, repeat that? Brain.
So basically, he's going to keep flying and staying in his owl state
Okay.
until he can't anymore, basically.
Yeah, okay, so
Um,
you hit a point pretty quickly near the top of it, because you're still a little bit faster than them, so you're flying parallel with like the flow of traffic, but you're still kind of faster than them, so you get to where the top of the stairs would like go up into the next floor, and that's your cue.
okay, so I'm going to transform back into my normal self and turn around. And I'm assuming Renori is like if I'm turning around back to face towards
Renori
like
is like right there, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have like kind of point to Raven so Renori sees what's going on.
Renori, he taps your shoulder. This is probably happening just as Tessa's like panicking. So you see Tessa panic as she starts to draw out this light from within herself. But you do see a Raven statue.
Yeah, Renori will just like nod at Tide and look and go, I think Tessa has it under control, but if she doesn't, I'll try and do something, but I'm not sure anything I have is helpful. Don't touch the tree ever again, please.
Yeah, I got that. And I would like to imagine that Tide coughs a little bit and like a feather just kind of comes out of his mouth. Sorry. Haven't done that in a while.
Renori makes a face. Yeah, that's fine. Worse things have been coughed at me.
Anyway,
Just gonna leave that there.
That's a little disturbing. Faustus, you and Boomstick witness this moment with Raven and Tessa.
Yes.
As Raven is probably like coming down your calves now and like going like you're pretty much almost back to
And
normal.
where is Casper in the line of walking?
He's directly behind you, but he's like purposefully stopped a little bit,
Gotcha.
like to give you space. Yeah.
Intelligent.
Hmm.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Trying to think if we have
Sarah, you're
any
muted.
way to
Yeah.
help our less dexterous
That's
members
hilarious.
know where they're going.
Okay, so Renori is gonna look back. Is Raven like fully mobile again?
Pretty much, yeah, Raven. It's like you're at like the tips of your toes are now being dispelled, so you're back to normal.
Okay, so Renori is gonna step forward into whatever is next at the top of the stairs.
Okay. Are we all still moving up the stairs? What's the back of the train doing? Faustus, Boomstick, Raven, Tessa.
Yes, Faustus will continue moving up the stairs. Is that
Yeah,
another
like...
roll?
Yeah, Faustus and Raven. I'm still gonna need you to do dexterity saving throws, please. You're very far down.
Tide is gonna wait for Tessa to catch up to him real quick.
Raven, Raven and Faustus. Hold on 1 second. I gotta make sure she has this. Hold on. I think she does. Yeah. Both of you Tessa gives you like a quick pat on the shoulder. You both have guidance.
Okay.
Can I give them bless as well?
Yeah, if you'd like to. Is bless touch, or can you just do it?
Bless it is touch, never mind.
Okay.
Well, actually, yeah.
Unless you want to fly back down to us.
No, I'm a human.
Okay. Oh, okay. So guidance does what?
So guidance, you can roll a d4 and add it to. This is a saving throw, but
I have a
I'm
question.
gonna
Can I
give it to you for this one.
pitch something?
Yes.
I've gotten a 28 for my dexterity saving throw. So here's what I'm wondering is if I, as Faustus, dance forward a bit and then just sort of look back and watch Raven's progress, and then if I see her about to get stuck in a sticky situation, I have an ability with my telekinetic feat that I can pull her 10 feet. So,
Okay,
like, I'm
I
wondering
rolled
if
a
something like that could just be
17, so
okay. I was just gonna try and give. I didn't know you rolled. I was gonna try and give you advantage. But...
it was okay, but I feel like, all right, I get it. I suck at dex saving throw.
Well,
But I rolled a 17.
Okay. All right. And I gotta do.
It's more of a we've used Tessa's abilities twice and we're probably running out of options.
Yeah, I get.
Damn. Okay, so you progress up the stairs with like wary glances cast at this tree and kind of like shimmying around outstretched boughs. And you all make your way up to the top of the stairs. Renori, you're still going, like the progression of the line is still here, but you guys are catching up to the back of the group as Renori's going up. Renori, you step up into another chamber. This one's smaller, more like a hexagon. That's a shape. In appearance and construction, it's a lot smaller than the other room was. You all could cluster in here. Okay, let me describe what's in here, and then I'll describe how you're standing in here. So there is a pedestal in the center of this room. And this pedestal has like a small indent on it, like a circle, and that indent is full of dirt, like fresh soil. This room is pretty dark, and it's just a stone pedestal with this soil in it, and there is on the pedestal a little cutout, like a rectangle on each side of it. You could put something through it, sort of deal, and there is no way up, only down. Like you see where the stairs connect up into here. So as you're coming in, you kind of have to file in a circle, like around this pedestal. And you actually do see, like, peeking through the soil ever so slightly is a small little plant. Like you see the beginnings of a little green sprout.
Before we get in, Tide wants to ask Tessa about the spell she used, and specifically if it would benefit her to have more water since she used the spell the first time.
Okay, you're gonna have Tessa's kind of at the back end of the group and you're at the front end, so you would have to go to her.
I waited. I didn't go in the room. I was waiting at the edge of the stairs before.
Okay, so Renori, you would pass Tide then to go upstairs. Raven, you would also, I mean, unless you're waiting for them because Tessa's behind you. You're muted.
You're muted.
I know.
When do I keep doing that? I have no memory. So I'm probably still helping Tessa get up the stairs. So I'm like probably side by side with Tessa.
So Tide, Tessa, and Raven, because Raven's kind of holding Tessa up a little bit. Stop before you, so you're able to talk to her.
Hey, thanks for helping me back there.
Oh, of course, without question.
So I noticed the first time you did it, I felt like it was water on me, but then the second time it didn't look like water.
That ability that I have, it's tied to my homeland, and it calls upon something from my youth that I was blessed with, and I can use it in a certain amount of times per day. And after that first use, it becomes more and more difficult to call upon. That's probably why it manifested differently.
Okay. I was just wondering because I know we have some stuff in common, and I wasn't sure if it had to do with like water or what, and if you needed more water, because like
Oh, no,
I got it.
That's very kind of you, and I appreciate it, but that's not how it works.
Oh. Okay. And he's just gonna walk away.
Understandable.
I walk away. The most important line.
Are we
For
all? We're all
RPG
filing
play.
up into this room, right?
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you, Renori first, and then Casper, and then I'm trying to remember what the line was. Renori first, and then Casper, probably Raven and Tessa,
Mhm.
then Tide,
Mhm.
then Faustus, then Boomstick.
Sure.
Okay.
That worked.
You all file into a circle, and Boomstick probably has to kind of step down on the first two stairs to make room because there are a lot of you, and this is a relatively small space. But yeah, there's this pedestal with the indents in it, it's not indents, sorry, cut throughs in it where you could put something in, and then the indent on top that's full of soil with a small sapling peeking through the dirt there, and then no other way really up or down. There's just enough room where all of you can stand and keep a decent distance between you and this pedestal, but there's not a lot of room to maneuver here. You're really shoulder to shoulder, and you're looking at this thing. Can everybody do me a perception check, please?
Oh, now that I don't have advantage on perception because I'm not an owl.
19.
Okay.
Soft 20.
Okay.
I also got a 19.
11.
Okay, so you all will see this. There is running down. You almost miss it at first, just because it's kind of dim in here, but you do see running down the sort of I like to imagine this pedestal has a beveled sort of situation. So there's a little bit of it that dips in on every side, and running down that, you see an inscription in common. And it says, water is the key to life. And it says the same thing on every side.
So, do we need to water the plant?
Tide is going to shape water.
Wait, are we sure
Wait.
that's the right idea?
Too late.
Wait.
He's already doing it.
Okay.
Wait.
You shape water, and you send some water over to this plant, and it hits the soil, and you see it absorb in. Nothing happens.
Thank God. Sorry, but I feel like we should always assume it's a trap.
Something good could have happened.
Water.
Yes,
What's the
something else
inscription say
bad
again? The
also
inscription
could-
says water what?
Water is the key to life.
We have to water the pedestal?
We have to water the plant every day for 30 years until it grows into a tree.
And you said, GM, that there are
That's the
cutouts.
puzzle.
There are those cutouts on each
Right.
side of the pedestal,
So-
right? That stuff could fit in.
Right, so here's the surface of the pedestal, right? And there's a rectangle that's almost the width of every side. So there's a rectangle here, 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 and here on every side. And it's pretty narrow, probably 3-ish inches tall. On every side. You could look down and see through to the other side. It's just kind of a hollow small chamber right there that you could pass things through. Yeah.
So the plant is actually like kind of on top of
I'm gonna
the
doodle
the
this.
rectangular cutouts.
Yeah, I'm gonna doodle this real quick so it's easier.
Yes,
to...
please.
Yeah, sorry.
The
joys of not being in person and trying to describe things is wonderful, and I love the internet.
Renori, meanwhile, is gonna turn to everyone else and like look at Tessa specifically. You know, this room doesn't seem outright menacing. And Tessa's looking not great. And we could potentially benefit from resting for a little while.
That's an
Maybe.
idea, yeah.
I mean, I know I have a need for it, but I know Tessa has used a lot of energy to get us out of sticky situations today, and I want us to be mindful of not pushing too far.
Thank you. That's quite appreciated. Are you all looking to take a rest or not? Just let me know.
Like a
Yeah,
short
we could
rest?
take a short rest.
Okay, I am finishing my artist rendition of this situation here.
Short rest in the puzzle room while we think about it.
Y'all ever just think about puzzles?
Question. With short rests, do I get any spell slots back? What?
Arcane recovery.
If you have arcane recovery, you do. If not, just you can
recover-
choose.
I think
Oh,
it's
I
half
do.
your level. Rounded down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it would be you can recover 4 levels worth, so like 4 level 1s or 2 level 2s or 3 and a 1.
Gotcha.
Some combination. And then you like kind of like Tide's ability. You can only do that once between long rests. You just take a long rest before you can do it again.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Arcane recovery is great.
Yeah, I have it. I just wasn't reading.
It's very nice.
This is what it looks like. I ran out of room for the inscription, so just imagine that it's there. Artist rendition. Let's see if my camera will cooperate. This is the situation.
No,
So
I can't even describe how close to exactly how I imagined that was. I don't know what kind of brainwave shit that is between you and I, but
Yeah.
that do be bisexuality.
And during Pride Month.
Literally
Pride,
during Pride Month. So this is the cutout where the hand would go. Here's the soil here in this little circular indent.
Gotcha.
And the beveled appearance. And then running down right here would be that water is the key to life on every side.
Okay. Are we taking a short rest first?
That's
I think the answer is yes.
Sick.
Sure.
Okay,
Just
so
wanted to...
reminder, you may expend hit die if you'd like. You have that written down about which ones you have per your class, and just, make sure if you're going to expend them, just keep track of how many you're rolling to get that HP back if you need to. I don't think anybody's really been hurt, so you don't need to, but just putting that out there.
Nah, I'm here for the spell slots, y'all.
Understandable.
I just have a bad feeling that I'm gonna need spell slots. I was running low.
Emotional scars.
You can have some of mine. I don't need them very much.
Oh, I got my one of 2 wild.
They're mostly just for fun. I do have one pretty cool one that I
Can't
haven't
do
gotten to
ghostly
use
gaze
yet.
again now, but that's literally all Raven did.
And I gotta check if anybody else needs. I'm looking at NPC sheets to make sure everything's hunky dory and dandy and all that fun stuff.
Suddenly see it turns into Little Shop of Horrors.
Little shop,
Yeah.
little shop of horrors.
Okay, no DMCA.
I could just sing it so badly.
What are you allowed to have? Isn't it like 15 seconds or something like that?
Yes,
Technically, they
I
can't
think
put
so,
you
yeah.
on or some ridiculous number.
You know what? Honestly, if I got DMCA'd because I sang it well enough, I would be flattered.
Yeah, like,
Mm.
well, I was close enough that it matched
Yeah,
up
like,
in their
If I was close
algorithm.
enough to get bonked by our digital overlords, I'll take it as a compliment.
That's why you just gotta take the. I'm gonna
Fair.
do the Jenna Marbles voice when I sing every single time I
Mhm.
do it because
That's
Oh,
fair.
hell
it's
yeah.
fun. It's
Oh,
fun.
hell
I'll
yeah.
admit it.
Um,
Suddenly see boy. It's like doing.
Um, okay. Well, Renori is just gonna vibe because and by she I mean Kristen has no idea what this thing is. So
Um.
All right, Faustus is gonna poke and prod the crap out of it with his thieves' tools and just look all around it and search for mechanisms and things. Like an investigation, maybe something along those
You
lines.
can roll, yeah.
It's fussing or sleight of hand. I don't know, whatever
Do
you think.
investigation because you're looking
All
for
right,
something.
investigation.
Raven,
Just a quick question. Could I prepare one ritual spell during the short rest?
like you want to
Is that-
cast the ritual now?
No, I just want to like have it so that I won't have to wait the 10 minutes. Does that make sense?
When you elapse the 10 minutes to do the ritual, like you cast the spell. Like the 10 minutes are part of you casting a spell. So if you wanted to like cast it to the end of the short rest, you could, but like when the
You
10
can't
minutes are
prep a
up,
ritual.
yeah. You can't hold a spell that you're ritual
Oh.
casting.
Got it. All right, never mind.
You give basically you give the time to retain the energy.
Okay.
Hyde wants to do, but I don't think he wants to do it while Faustus is up in the grill of the plant.
Okay.
up in the grill of the plant.
Faustus,
My
what was that?
investigation check is a 24.
Okay. You don't find any mechanisms poking around it. You do look very thoroughly. Whatever this is, like whatever this does, excuse me, does not appear present at the moment. It appears like it will manifest whenever you complete what's required of you.
Okay, Tide is gonna tell Faustus or ask Faustus to back up, and then he's going to create water in the area, like in the slots, basically.
Okay.
Hey, friend. Real
Sploosh.
quick. Can you remind me that I'm lucky? Can you just do that for me?
You're
Because it means I
lucky.
could just, because it means that I can roll another d20 and avoid embarrassing shit when I roll saving throws. Because I
do
keep
be like
forgetting.
that.
I'll keep that in mind too. I'll try to remember.
Okay,
was gonna write
so
lucky.
you Tide summon just a singular drop of water from your hip. What is that? Canteen?
No. It's create water.
I know. I'm describing you casting it.
Oh, okay, you're
So
right.
you summon a single drop of water as you're muttering words. You kind of pass it between the space between your hands, and then you flick it and send it forward. And as soon as it makes contact with the space in those little cutouts, there's just whoosh, all of this water. How much are you making? Because you can do up to 10 gallons.
How big is the room?
It's
How
big
many
enough.
gallons?
It's big enough.
Wait, let me set up a slow-mo camera before you fire it off. So you.
It's big enough for you. Like it's maybe 20 feet in diameter. Like it's a small room. You can all fit in it standing, and like to take your rest, you probably sat like back against the wall. But it's a small room.
I'm just gonna let you know that 10
Splash
gallons
Mountain,
will not
woohoo!
fit in that room.
10
Well,
gallons.
it says 10 gallons is 1 cubic foot.
No.
A gallon, like a jug of milk.
Yeah,
Just 10 of those.
That's
that
like
would
milk
fit in a
though.
20-foot room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big old tub of water.
Yeah. I'm gonna
It's
do
like a
the full
bathtub. It's like a bathtub full.
the full
You put it in
10.
a compressed
You're gonna do
space,
full-
and then
okay.
it explodes out the sides.
So you all catch a wave of water to the torso, as
That's how
water
hydraulics work.
explodes out of this thing and just keeps going like somebody took the cap off of a fire hydrant. You just see the water level doesn't actually really change much because there's still the hole to the stairs, so all of this water and starts going, like, pouring down the stairs. And eventually all 10 gallons of water drain out and this pedestal is soaking wet. But nothing appears to have happened.
I'd like to, as everyone's standing around, I watch like the last little bit of water trickle down the stairs, and then I just go, interesting, and I go follow the water that's like going downward because you said the water like flows out of the room, so I just go follow it to see where it's flowing to.
It's going down the stairs, like where you came up.
I head down that way. I just want to like see where it's going, like if it's draining somewhere. Or...
Okay, yeah. So you head down the stairs. Can you do me the dexterity saving throw, please?
Yeah, sure can. Here we go. Here it comes.
While Faustus is doing this, Renori is gonna walk up and like stick her hand in one of the slots.
24.
Okay.
So many bold and yet bad ideas.
24. Okay, so we're gonna do Faustus first. So Faustus, you walk down the stairs and you pretty much you're able to anticipate where these valves are going to be. They seem to kind of move and shift in a breeze that's not there, but you're very careful and quick. And the water does appear to be going somewhere. It's like sticking to the stairs mostly, like it pours off in places, but it comes to swirl down at the base of the tree. And as the rest, like the last little bits drain and drip off of the stairs and down onto this main floor, you see the tree grow just a little bit. Like visibly before your eyes, you see it. You see it grow a little taller, a little fuller.
Ooh, is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's interesting. I will share it with my friends. And he goes upstairs.
Okay. So,
the water's slowing down. It's making the big petrifying tree grow bigger. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Is that getting us closer to our goal or further away from it?
I don't even know what our goal is.
Yeah,
Renori,
Yep, I did a thing.
You did do a thing. Renori, you stick your hand into this sort of indents here, into the cutaways, and something pierces your hand.
Like painfully?
Yes.
Oh.
And then there's a creaking. So
Jesus.
You all see this after a few seconds. Renori's hand is in there. And after a few seconds, you see her blood start to flow out of the cutouts and down the sides of this pedestal in perfect symmetry. And as they pass over the indent, you see the inscription change from water to blood. Blood is the key to life.
I am a necromancy wizard. What did we expect?
And there is a horrible creaking, cracking sound as this healthy, dainty-looking sapling sprouts up.
Am I able to remove my hand yet?
No, bestie. No, you are not.
Faustus, bonus action dash, full action dash, just jets straight to Renori, like has a hand on her shoulder, and he pulls out a dagger and he has it like this in case she can't get her hand out.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
This tree.
And he has his hand on his shoulder. He's like, don't look.
Okay.
Don't look.
The sapling.
Keep trying to get it out. Don't look.
The sapling is you'll have chances to fight back on this, okay? But I want to keep the narrative flow going, so just bear with me for a second. So this sapling cracks up and in unnatural directions as it turns from just plant matter to like wood, and branches start sprouting out of it, and these branches are not they're growing, but unnaturally. They're growing at such a speed where they plow into the walls beside your faces and splinter the coral there. And then they hit it and then start spreading out like fingers. Just the roots are weaving into this coral, and this tree is starting to fill up the room. Renori, can you do me a strength check, please?
Wait. Can I give her guidance?
Yes, you may.
Is that a strength saving throw?
It is a strength check.
So it's just what I roll plus my strength modifier.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a D4 plus D20.
Oh.
Strength.
Oh, thank the Lord. Never have I needed a D4 more in my life. Okay. Okay. Math.
Actually, sorry. Add do it as a saving throw. I apologize. Do it as a saving throw.
I mean, it's the same.
Okay.
So that's gonna be 16.
Okay. You're pulling, and there is something through your hand, and that's not good. But you do manage to maneuver your hand up off of whatever has impaled you, and you're starting to pull your hand back, but there's not a lot of space. So you get to okay, so basically the ceiling of this pedestal is here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there's this spike right here. So you're pulling your hand out, and this thing is still kind of pinning your hand. So you get to about here, and then you get stuck again. So Faustus, you see her hand slide out of the cutaway there. But it's not.
But what if I have like dainty elven fingers?
Oh my god. I'm going to.
I am still aware of the anatomy of your fingers and the qualities that they have. And unfortunately, your dainty elven fingers are not immune to spikes.
It was worth a shot, okay?
It was worth a shot. Okay, so a set of hands. I don't know why I always describe it like this. Casper comes up behind you. One hand, gently on the underside of your pinned forearm, and the other, on your other bicep. And he leans in to you, and he goes, "Listen, just do not panic. And your next pull, do it with confidence, or you're gonna lose it. Breathe, confidence, pull."
Okay, Renori will breathe and channel her rage into confidence and pull.
Okay, do me the strength saving throw, please.
Oh, guidance is only once, right?
It's only once.
19 because it's a -1 strength. So
right.
I rolled a 20, but I got 19.
Okay. You channel that rage, and your hand, you pull, and although the spike scrapes you, your hand comes free, and you elbow Casper directly in the ribs as your hand flies free from this thing.
Well, I'm not too sad about that.
The damage is bad. And
okay, yeah, now I start panicking. Well, now Renori is freaking out.
Can I do a medicine check to see if I could do anything to help her?
Yes, you can. Tessa's also going to do the same thing.
So is Tide.
For the record, when I say Renori is panicking, she's now the pain is hitting her, so she's sobbing and wheezing a little bit and kind of screaming in between her sobs. It's not pretty, y'all know what a real life panic attack can be like. It's like that.
Besties, I just want you to know that I rolled a nat 20 for a 24.
Nice. Okay.
Raven's a baddie.
Tide, what's yours?
18.
Okay. Alright, so give me 1 second, because Tessa's going to attempt something as well, and then I'll describe
I rolled
to you
an 11 with a +7, so...
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Tide's a baddie. We stand Tide in this household.
That's quite excessive.
Head empty, but adorable.
Medicine strong.
Medicine strong. I love a
Okay.
good head empty doctor.
Yeah, you know what? Same. Same. Okay. All right.
Oh,
So
no.
you, for my medicine check, folks. Renori, if not proper, Renori's probably in a lot of danger right now. There's so first of all the bleeding, that is happening a lot, and blood loss is
Yikes.
never good. There is a hole through her hand. You're not really able to. You're like investigating it, but also Renori is very awake and very much panicking, so it's hard to get a good read on what you're looking at. Things could be severed within. Likely they are. It doesn't appear to be broken, just like a pierce directly through. It looks bad, and
We need a freaking cleric.
How, is there like a way to know how much HP she lost?
Nah, she looks like she's going. So basically, it's like the wound itself, like sustaining the wound itself, isn't going to kill her. If anything were to put her life in danger, it would be blood loss, infection, or shock.
Well,
Yeah.
I do have spare the dying, so
I can't
don't
say-
you worry.
I can say pretty confidently, based on Renori's character, she's about to pass out just from anxiety.
Cool. What do I have?
Like, she's swaying.
Yeah.
Tide will use shape water to like kind of clean the area, so it's not
Okay.
infected.
So Renori, warm water passes over the wound and it stings. But
Yeah,
you
I
do-
scream.
Yeah.
Renori will scream.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Hold
Renori, I
on.
know that it hurts, but I need you to not do that while we try to stop the bleeding and fix your hand up, okay?
Oh, yeah. Telling
Renori, I
someone who's
forgot-
panicking not to panic always helps. Always helps.
Hold
always
on
helps.
1 second, because I also have to. I forgot to tell you your damage. So just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
forget. You take. You you take 8 piercing damage
Okay.
as
Okay.
and the it's bad. It hurts. Just hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
How much
that
HP
hurts.
You got, bestie.
So
Well, Renori has low HP in general, so
she is a squishy wizard.
yep, she's squishy.
Okay, so you Tessa grabs your hand.
Jake, we can't hear you, by the way. Jake was talking and we couldn't hear them, so.
Oh yeah.
Raven?
Did you get your audio squared away at all? Like, can you hear us? And okay.
Okay.
Jake can hear us, we just can't hear them.
Raven, with her 24, I'm assuming this can work, will take the hem of Casper's shirt and, without asking, rip a piece of it off.
Okay.
And then she'll clean it with the water skin that she has on her person, and will just sort of like wrap it around Renori's hand
Okay.
and like press on the wound to try to stop it from bleeding.
Renori is going to still be like yelling, we really need to find a cleric. None of us have cure wounds, right? This is horrible. I hate everything.
So
You stuck your hand in it, okay? I'm just gonna say that.
listen,
I'm
Well,
trying to
nothing
help
else
you.
was working.
shouting isn't going to help her. And Tessa like steps forward, takes your hand in hers. I need you to, Renori, whatever you do, I need you to focus on staying conscious. Breathe.
And right Tessa says that, Renori will sway, but be like, oh,
Raven will like very hard pinch her on her arm, on her good arm.
Oh,
I'm trying to keep you awake. I'm
Stay.
keeping you awake.
No, Raven raising her blood pressure isn't going to help. Just, I appreciate where your head's at. Minori,
Tessa. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
focus.
Mm-hmm.
And Tessa is going to attempt to help. Okay. Tessa, so this is gonna hurt. Tessa slides, rests her hand, like, just over yours, right here. And you see, like, golden light emanate from her palm and down into your hand, and your hand starts to knit itself back together. You regain 7 of the hit points you lost.
Great.
But it hurts as it's reconstructing itself. Can you do me a constitution saving throw, please?
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm so good at those too. That's a 10.
Okay. You sway, but you're able to stay on your feet.
Okay. I'm gonna Renori will it's a small room. Is it pretty easy to find the wall?
Yeah, the wall's behind you. You could lean against the wall.
Okay, yeah. She's gonna lean against the wall and visibly be going through it still, even though she's not unconscious, still teetering on that edge of if one more thing pokes me, I'm gonna vomit and maybe pass out.
That's a pretty understandable place to be at.
And for the first time, she's gonna reach out to Casper and grab at his shirt to pull him over.
He instantly hand on your back, hand across your shoulder, takes you in, being as careful as he can with the injured hand.
Mm-hmm.
And he just holds you.
And so you said when Tessa did her thing, the hands stitched back together.
Yeah,
right?
it's you watch your muscles knit back together. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Great.
And let's talk about the tree.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the tree. It's still doing stuff. Every time a branch plunges into the wall, roots weave in and out and are forcing the coral apart in places. They thread, and branches consume this rune. But you actually see the pattern that the branches are going in. Looks like it's heading upwards. And in fact, looking above you, although there's not a lot of space, you do see a small opening where these branches are curving, they're constructing almost like a weak staircase heading up. And it's sort of formed around you, so you're gonna have to maneuver to get onto it, but it's there.
Well, I guess it looks like we're going up.
It looks like I did the right thing. Regrettably.
Yeah.
Casper just pulls you a little bit tighter and doesn't say anything.
So
Hey, try to say something.
Testing.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Nice.
Yeah, we hear you. Renori is just gonna wait for someone else to make a choice. She is done with choices.
I think we should leave it here for today.
Oh, Lord. That's fair.
Because I just looked at the time. So I think we should leave it here for today, and then we can come back to this next week. This has been a pleasure. This is one of my...
Galadriel is not at the top of this tree staircase. I riot.
I cannot promise you anything. This
Fuck
is
the
really
vampire,
fun.
Galadriel. Take me to the Undying Land.
This has been really fun. Thank you guys. Next week we're gonna see where this goes. I had something to say, but I forgot what it was. Oh, if you're on the fan house, probably not tonight because I am tired, but over the weekend I will be posting bonus content about this section, kind of like how it's made, what I was thinking, some of the prototypes for some of the areas. It's only what we've seen so far, and I'll probably do more once we get to the rest of this next time. But yeah, if you'd like to join the fan house, I'm going to drop the thing in here. If you'd like to join the fan house, you can use the code Stormborn to get your first month free. I post all kinds of D&D content behind the scenes, selfies, all sorts of stuff, right? I'm going to probably get to posting writing and everything like that too. So yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all next week. I love you guys. Thank you for being here.
On your new PC.
Yeah, on my new PC. We love to see it. So, yeah.
Snaps for the new PC.
Snaps for the new PC. All right. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Thanks, guys.